Hello. How's it going? Hope you're all excited. I am, at least. When I saw this dropped, I knew I had to play this, like, right away. Hello, Ravello, Kaito, Mick, thank you so much for the tier 3 10-month resub. That means more to me than you could know. Also, 10 months ago, you came in early. That made such a big difference to me, you know? You gave me a lot of confidence. But yeah, hello you three, and hello Sam, and James, and Kyle, and Sauce, and Mage, hi! Feel like glasses be annoying with some beak shapes? Mine are fine. my beak's wide enough, it's fine. Take the jacket off, of course you would do that, Coin Up. Hi. Why are you so big? What do you mean by that? You would say this to me on a Tuesday? Hey, Alphonse. We're like hero of crime. We are... we're protecting against crime. We are saving people from being accused of things they didn't do. It's good. Can you put the jacket back on? I'm at work right now. You know, someone actually did ask me if I could, hang on. I'll get to that thought in a second. Hi, Martin. Thanks for the raid. What's up? What's up? How was art? How'd your comic progress go? You're a nice bird. Thank you. You did one art fight? Hell yeah. Mini stream, mini art. Well, hey. You know, it's a lot of mini. You, sorry, there's a joke to be said there, but it's all good. Well, I hope you guys had a good time. And sorry, Alphonse. I've been meaning to make, the jacket... I've been meaning to make the take the jacket off redeem more expensive. Because honestly, this jacket's nice and I don't get to wear it enough thanks to you guys. It was a micro joke, Martin. I know you like being small sometimes. The jacket doesn't help much. I still have... Sorry. You can go audio only on the app though, if that helps. And like you can even type in chat during it too. If you're cool with that. Sorry. But also, I don't know. I feel like I walk a line that I like. Knew I'd be playing this today? Of course. Hell, like, I almost thought about playing it on Sunday, the day it came out, but I had restraint. I'm glad I did restrain myself, but this is gonna be so cool. So I don't know much about the hack. I just saw some screenshots and like I knew I needed to play it. But, you know, from my understanding, it's an Ocarina of Time ROM hack where you just play Ace Attorney, basically. Hey, Tish. Welcome on in. Now, gosh. So Ace Attorney, I've played the first 3 games. I really do like it. The energy's great. And I feel like it did a ton for like the VN space, you know? It's so cool and the personality really excelled. It's so cool. It's just so fun. I am surprised that we haven't gotten a new one in a long time. Capcom, I understand you've just been remastering and like porting the whole series, and it is good that you newly localized 1 or 2 of them. I'm surprised there's no big fancy 3D one with full voice acting in the works. Because I feel like a really good dub and a full voice acting could really make it like fantastic and fancy. Hey, NPC. That's really cool, Sauce. Looking forward to it. 3 localizations? Nice. Hey, Robin. Zeld? Kind of. Should we just get it started? Let me get it booted up. Not her name. It's close. Oh, wait. I forgot to do the boo-boop. It's very important that I do the boop boop. Ignore the warning message I just got. All right. You know, we finished Neo last night. That was really cool. We're probably going to move straight on to Neo 2 because Neo 1 it has a lot of interesting stuff. You could spend a lot of time on it if you want to. I might be already kind of at my limit with it though, with the first game. It also doesn't run that well on like a Steam Deck, so I wanted to play it like in bed, but I have to lock it to like below 60, which, yeah, I know it's not that bad, but I'm a little baby who's a gamer. You know, 2 is much better. I booted it up for a second and I had way more fun weapon movesets, and it felt really good, and it looked really good, and it ran at double the frame rate. Robin, I will have real arguments, I promise. Please stop slicing the evidence, Link. Oh boy. Alright, let me... Looks like we got it already. We're all ready. Do you like the stand that I got together? Let me just make sure chat is in the right spot. Slightly up. Gotta move it. There we go. No worries, Sauce. I appreciate it. Hey, Luenjar. Hope you're well. I'm pumped for this. It makes me look like a prosecutor? Well, we could just say it's from the other end of the room. Silly. It's fine. Oh, cute. R for settings. Sound, check brightness, screen adjustment. Oh, okay. Whoa, we could make the screen larger if we wanted to. We could, like, shift it over. Oh. Okay, I see. The C buttons aren't actually doing it. Oh, there it is. Okay. Oh, right, because I have the, I actually have it on, like, that's the right stick, sorry. My bad. Speaking hard. That looks good. Stop updating the autopsy report? I'm fine. Nice argument, however. Please. I thought about doing something like that for the going live notification, because, you know, it says, hold it. Just hold it and then just dud. That's stupid, though. It's stupid, but it's good, but it's stupid. And I'm embarrassed, so I didn't do it. Holds it and holds it and uh-huh. By the way, we're probably gonna finish this early, so James might come in and hang out while we do... We might play Earthbound and do, like, the dreaded Sword of Kings grind, because that's coming up pretty soon. Hello again, NPC. What's up? Let's get started. This game auto-saves after each scene. You got auto-saving on an N64 game? This runs on real hardware, by the way. Not that I'm playing it on real hardware, but it's so quiet. Do you think they forgot? Please, Kyle. Well, I do have an idea if we hit $700. Forget a royal visitation? No one can make such a blunder, princess. If we hit a stretch goal before these 13 days are up, then I will pay Robin to make me fatter. And then you'll have to spend a lot of points for it. Holy shit! Actual blood! I can't believe... Is that Gorman? He's fucking dead. Hyrule Grand Court. March 17th, 9:37 a.m. Defendant Lobby number 3. You'd think that after so many years of doing this, I'd be used to the stress. So why am I shaking? Yeah, I guess it's a lot worse when it's your friend's life that's on the line. Come on, gotta look professional. She can't see you like this. Speaking of her, though, where is she anyway? Yeah, Ace Attorney game made in Ocarina's engine. It's really cool. Proof that I can stand in court as an attorney. Malin, oh right, Talon, right. Gorman's is like Majora's Mask name. My longtime friend and the defendant in this case. Age 27. Oh man, okay. Hey you over there! Huh? What is it, attorney? The trial isn't starting yet. But it will be soon, right? Would you happen to know why my client isn't here yet? I didn't get to speak much with her when she was arrested, so... I was hoping I could at least exchange a word with her now. Well, you weren't the only one with the idea. I believe she's currently in the prosecutor's lobby. He wanted to talk to her as well. What? What is up with this guy? He bars me from the crime scene, blocks my detention center visits, and now this? Not to worry. She will definitely be here before the trial. Great. That'll be a joyous 5 minutes indeed. There's nothing I can do but wait. Sometime later. Okay, this is ridiculous. How much longer can he keep her? Ah, see? There she is. No need to get all worked up. Is something wrong? Did I hear shouting? So much for looking professional. No. Don't worry. Everything's fine. This is Malin. Ever since we met in Hyrule Castletown all those years ago, we've been great friends. Her heart's in the right place. I know she cared deeply about her father. If everything's fine, why do you look so worried? Well, how did the investigation go? Did you find anything? Yes, the investigation. I found tons of groundbreaking stuff. Hey, Crystalling. Particularly that my opponent's a real scumbag. What did the prosecutor want from you anyway? Well, it was mostly just threats. He kept explaining in detail what'll happen to me if I'm found guilty. Doesn't sound like a vital discussion that needed to happen right before the trial. He probably just did that so we wouldn't have as much time to talk. You believe in me, right? I didn't do it. I'd never. There's dialogue choices. Cute. Is Malin gonna be Maya? It could. It did look like it paralleled it. We'll see if it, like, diverges or is like a direct copy. I don't think it will be a direct copy. It couldn't be. Because Mia, you know? But it does seem like it. Of course I believe you. Although, I'll be honest, things aren't looking very good right now. What's that you've got there? Oh, this is just a pictograph of Father I carry around. I just can't believe he's gone. I wish I knew how to cheer her up right now. Okay, so the Luigi of the farm definitely killed his brother, right? Like, totally? We'll see. Wish I knew how to cheer her up right now. I'm not very good at handling emotional clients. Hey, you know, that pictograph could be really useful for the trial. Oh, how so? Well, you look so happy together. I can present it to show that you two had a great relationship. You really think so? Hey, Dimension. Well, here you go then. Awesome. At least I'll be walking in there with something other than my badge. But wait, we shouldn't just be idly chatting. Anyway, there's not much time left. I know it's hard to talk about, but could you tell me what actually happened? I don't stand much chance if I don't know your version of the story. I understand. Unfortunately, there's something The trial is starting. Defendant, attorney, please enter the courtroom at once. Uh-oh. Shouldn't have said that stuff about having no chance. Alright. Everything will be fine. The prosecutor's been playing me for a fool since this began, but sooner or later his arrogance will be his undoing. Hey, Shinigami. Let's head inside. My name is Link. I've been a defense attorney for the last 7 years. I've won my fair share of cases, and lost some too. But this one is personal. There's so much at stake here. Not only do I have to save Malin's life, I've got to find out who did this to Talon. Hey, Peb. Talon. He was always so kind. He didn't deserve this. I need to do him justice. I can't lose this. Ganondorf is the prosecutor, of course. Court is now in session for the trial of Malin of Lon Lon Ranch. The defense is ready, Your Honor. I sincerely doubt that. What were they thinking, pitting me against some pathetic kid? Pathetic kid? What gives you the right to... Still your tongue. You bring shame upon the fine color of your hair, vile woman. Oh, I love this song. Before long, the world shall know the horrible deeds you've committed. Let us not prolong the inevitable. Shall we begin? Now. This court is no place to be exchanging insults. Since the prosecution seems ready as well, let's hear their opening statement. The opening statement shall also be the closing one. The girl did it. It's obvious. She killed her own father in cold blood. Also, she could have the ranch to herself. You couldn't wait for the old fool to die naturally, could you? You greedy little rat. Your Honor, you can't allow this man to verbally abuse the defendant like this. She committed murder, kid. She deserves every bit of scorn she gets. I do believe a little less commentary wouldn't go amiss. Bah! I assure you, old man, you will change your opinion once you see all of the damning evidence. Who is this guy? How could he speak to the judge like that? Ganondorf Dragmire. Did Ganondorf's mouth always open in 3D? I think this is all very much more advanced than vanilla OOT. It's really cool. Looks like I've been lucky to avoid meeting this man until now. The stories I've heard about him must be true. Yeah, Martin? A boorish barbarian of a man hailing from the Gerudo province. Apparently, he prides himself on the nearly clean streak he's cultivated for decades. All while disrespecting everyone in the court, including the judge. I've even heard some attorneys refer to him as the King of Evil. Definitely has that look at the very least. Who wears full armor to court? Very well. Please present your case to the court. You don't seem to like me talking, so I'll just let the detective present the basics. Bring Impa of the Sheikah Force to the stand. Well, here we go. The first battle. I know Impa. She's quite a competent detective. Which worries me. Please let her have made a mistake just this once. Yeah, this is awesome. Ooh. She's got the gumshoe fit on. That's funny. Alright. State your name and whatever it is you pretend to do. You never change, do you, prosecutor? Gotcha, Seti. Any possible change would be for the worse. Now stop wasting time. Name and occupation. Oh man. Very well. I am Impa, head detective of the Sheikah Force, Homicide Division. True for now, at least. Well, what are you waiting for? Start talking. You were the one assigned to this case, so you know all about it. What calamity has befallen our fair kingdom? Still can't be bothered to give a proper opening statement? I suppose I can do the prosecutor's job for him this time, for the sake of an unbiased look. Please go ahead, Detective. The incident happened early yesterday morning on Lon Lon Ranch, a local supplier of goods located just south of Castletown. The current owner of the homestead, Talon, was found dead in his ranch house. A tragic loss for our kingdom, for sure. I've seen the man around Castletown a number of times, delivering goods. Whoa! The owl theme being part of this? Quite. The owner was a rather important figure in the local community. In any case, we were alerted to the scene of the murder by the Royal Guard, who were there on official business. Official business? What kind? As I understand, the ranch provides the kingdom with vital services. To ensure it is operating as it should, and as a gesture of appreciation, the Crown orders a visitation to the ranch every year. I see. A scheduled annual visit. Continue, Detective. When the Sheikah Force arrived, they found the victim bleeding out onto the floor. Next to him lay his daughter, Malin, breathing but unresponsive. After a thorough investigation, we arrested her, as she was deemed the only possible culprit. That about covers the gist of what happened. Very nice and succinct. Keep that up and perhaps you'll keep your job. Haha! I don't think the good detective here has to worry much about that, given she's the head of the department. Which reminds me, why is the head of detectives herself on a case like this? Were the other detectives unavailable? Ah, that would be because I have been assigned to this case by order of the King of Hyrule himself. The King himself assigned you. That doesn't happen very often, does it? You are correct, Your Honor. I'm not usually involved in field work like this. This time, however, the King felt it necessary because of who is involved. Who is involved? Is the death of a ranch worker really such a concern for the King? Well, as I said, Lon Lon Ranch is a very important supplier of goods, to be sure. But that's not who I meant. I imagine the King wanted the top investigators on this job because it was the royal princess herself who discovered the crime scene. Order! I will have order! The royal princess Zelda witnessed the crime? Ha! And there you have it! That's really cool, Mick. This case rides on the princess's own words. To doubt it would be to doubt your own royalty. This is bad. I can't really object to that. Very well. If the princess is testifying today, it's better we don't make her needlessly wait. Detective, please testify about exactly why the defendant was arrested. The reasons for arrest. It is with regret that I agree with Dragmire. All the evidence points towards the girl being the culprit. We determined that the murder definitely took place inside of the ranch house. There were only 3 people on the ranch: the victim, the defendant, and a worker who has an alibi for the time of the crime. The defendant was found unconscious right in front of the victim, who was bleeding out onto the floor. Furthermore, she was holding a weapon. Without a doubt, that's what was used to kill the victim. She seems like such a bright girl. It's most unfortunate. Your Honor, I'd like to submit these pieces of evidence to the court. First, I have the autopsy report performed by the Crown's top coroner. This is so cool. Here's what we determined to be the murder weapon, which we took from the defendant's hands. Saw added to the court record. To make sure that we had the correct weapon, we conducted a very thorough investigation. Naturally, we searched everyone and thoroughly examined the ranch and its vicinity. Nothing unusual was found, but to be safe, we also checked the ranch's inventory list to see whether anything was missing. The list matches the items we found on the ranch exactly, and nothing but the saw had fresh blood on it. Flesh blood? Ranch inventory added to the court record. It does sound quite compelling. This must have been a truly terrifying scene. Dying from a wound made by a weapon like this is extremely painful. This only helps to prove the defendant's viciousness. Ugh. At this rate, they're gonna paint Malin as some heartless monster. There's one more thing I feel I should mention for the sake of completeness. Shortly after we arrived at the ranch, a courier showed up to take some milk shipments. Of course, business must go on. We have several updated versions of the coroner's report to account for any testimony that might contradict our case. It's so funny. The autopsy report update shit. Is this really necessary to enter into evidence, though? The shipments did end up leaving the ranch, so I feel it bears mentioning. Were the contents checked before you let them go? Naturally. Who do you take us for? Even though the worker handling the shipments did get quite worked up about it, we cracked all the boxes open to check what was inside. In the end, it did turn out to only be milk bottles, so we let them through. Very well. Thank you for your thoroughness, detective. I see. So, what happens now? Well, this is where I step in and perform a cross-examination. Great! How does that work? Huh? Could you explain what you're going to be doing? Can't hurt to go over this again. I mean, we know how it works, but this is technically a new game, so just in case. The witness will repeat her testimony. I'll be able to scroll back and forth through individual statements by pressing A and B, or with the D-pad. He'll just repeat it as many times as you want? Okay, that's pretty cute. That's right. I have to consider every little detail. Can't miss a thing. If I want more info about something, I can use L or Z to press the statement and ask the witness a question. Grill them for info. Yep. Since the witness has to come up with an answer on the spot, if they're lying, prompting for more info can make them slip up. Most importantly, though, if I find something that doesn't line up with the evidence, I can press R to bring up the court record. The court record is basically a list of all the evidence, right? Yes. I can open it at any time if I need to recheck the facts. Right, okay. You can also present profiles, that's good to know. Talking hard, my bad. Hope I'm doing okay. It makes sense. Is the defense done whispering? Sorry. If he's so upset about it, why doesn't he just press C stick right? The C right button to skip ahead. Sorry, my brain went to GameCube. The defense is ready to cross-examine the witness. Ugh. A waste of time. I sincerely hope you're not implying that standard court procedure is a waste of time, Mr. Dragmeyer. In any case, we're ready, defense. Please begin the cross-examination. All right. Oh, that's such a cool effect, and they recolored his hat. That's so fun. Right. We'll just press on everything, you know? What makes you think she's the culprit? She's just about to tell you. Keep quiet and listen. Right. Sorry. Indeed. As I was saying, well, making the first press opportunity just a humiliation like that? Oof. Well, no reason not to press everything. Yeah, coin up? I'm glad to hear. I'm glad to be a part of your supply. And just how did you do that? It's quite simple. There was no blood found anywhere else. Had the victim been attacked at some other location, we'd expect a trail of it leading to the scene. Couldn't the killer have just cleaned it all up? Certainly not. The path to the ranch house at Lon Lon Ranch is not paved in any way. Cleaning blood off the ground would require disturbing the soil. Naturally, we found nothing of the sort. Bah! There wouldn't have been enough time to pull that off anyway. Likely true. Right, it sounds like the location of the crime scene is pretty firm, but I'm not giving up yet. Three people, you say? I guess that would have to be Mr. Ingo. Let me stop you before you start getting too excited. If you had listened to the rest of what the detective said, you'd notice she mentioned an alibi. Indeed, we're pretty certain that the ranch worker couldn't have been involved. Well, what is this alibi then? Yeah, Cadenza, it's so cool. You might remember that I brought up some outgoing milk shipments. Well, the worker, Ingo, was in charge of them. He left the ranch house first thing in the morning, was busy preparing the shipments after that. Is that so? Surely he could have gotten away from that for one really quick little murder. Bah! This wouldn't just be a quick little murder, as you so crudely put it. He'd have to have taken steps to hide his involvement, too. There was definitely not enough time for that. Unfortunately, I agree. Preparing a shipment is a lot of work. You have to milk all the cows, clean all the bottles, pour the milk out into them, arrange them all into crates, and finally load it all up onto a wagon. Usually I had to do it together with Father to finish before the courier arrived. The shipments were already ready when we arrived at the ranch. When we checked the boxes, they were all fully loaded with filled milk bottles. So this Ingo was able to do the work of two people all on his own? Isn't that a bit odd? Odd or not, he evidently did just that. Clearly he's a man dedicated to his job. Or perhaps the girl and her father are just very inefficient. This whole thing seems awfully suspicious if you ask me. But I guess I have nothing to dispute it with. Melon fainted? Correct. We couldn't get her to wake for a long time. Eventually, we decided to administer a healing fairy so she could be questioned. I guess finding the body was just that much of a shock, huh? Huh. Probably just pretending, trying to make it look like she had merely found the body. In any event. And how can you be so sure that the, like, sorry, maybe I should be reading the main statement again too? I'll do that from now on. Look at the autopsy report. Deep, irregular wound made with a sharp metal object. The saw was the only sharp implement in the ranch house that could produce such a wound. And, as I've already mentioned, we also looked closely at all other sharp things on the ranch. None had recent blood on them. Hey, heroes. Nah, it's a little bit different today. That still doesn't necessarily mean the saw was the murder weapon. Maybe the real culprit hid the real one. No, yeah? Prove it then. Show us the real murder weapon. Well, I definitely don't have any way to do that. Still, something bothers me about that saw. So, you have nothing? What a waste of time. She seems like such a bright girl. It's most unfortunate. She sure is. We've known each other for years. Yet she murdered her father in cold blood. How curious. Perhaps you're just bad judges of character, both of you. No way. Just give me some time and I'm gonna prove it. Huh. Do you see anything wrong yet? Well, usually it's difficult to find anything wrong with the basic facts of the case. That said, I do think I saw one small thing. Really? That's great. It sure is. So I've got to poke all the holes I can find before the princess gets here. Clean of blood? There wasn't any blood on it. Ooh. Objection. This seems like a fairly large oversight. Hey, thanks for following. I appreciate it. Welcome on in. I just want to make sure of something. The state the saw is currently in is how you found it at the crime scene? That's correct. That's strange, considering how much the victim bled out and how deep his wound was. Why is there no blood on the supposed murder weapon? Thank you, thank you. I appreciate it, the gaming truge. Huh, is that all you have? Huh? Naturally, the prosecution has an explanation for why the saw is clean. Thanks for the hydrate. Whoa. Behold, this cloth was found in the defendant's other hand. As you can plainly see, it is stained with blood. The defendant simply wiped the murder weapon in a futile attempt to hide her involvement. If Malin was trying to hide her involvement, why didn't she just leave the crime scene? Ah, obviously, she was trying to hide the body before the royal visitation arrived at the ranch. Unfortunately for her, it just so happened that the delegation arrived quite a bit earlier than scheduled. In a panic, she quickly wiped the saw off and pretended to faint to make it look like she just stumbled upon the scene. Yeah. Wash your hands. Yeah, he's just holding that shit. It's pretty gross. Young lady, things are not looking very good for you right now. The court accepts the bloodied cloth into evidence. So, what's the story with this cloth? Well, as I was doing a final check around the ranch, I noticed that part of the fence around the horse paddock was damaged. Not entirely sure when that happened, but sometimes one of the horses just gets a bit too rowdy, you know? Right. Anyway, I didn't want to bother Mr. Ingo about it, so I tried to cut up a new rail by myself to patch it up. But then the saw slipped and I cut my hand open. Oh, goddesses, are you okay? Well, it wasn't that bad. I did bleed quite a lot, though, so I used that cloth to quickly bandage the wound. I was actually going into the ranch house to ask Father to help me with the fence. Ha! A likely story. And impossible to verify now, of course. The Sheikah force had to use a ferry on the defendant to get her out of her supposed unconsciousness. Also, I have severe tetanus. I mean, hey, that would prove her story, right? I do have to give her some credit. She's one cunning woman. She knew that would explain a sudden lack of any wound on her hand. Why yes, fairies are wonderful. Just the other day I slammed my hand with the gavel and one took the paint off immediately. Great. Glad to know they're used for such important things. But, dang it. Too bad there's no way to tell whose blood is on the cloth. I do believe this matter has been settled. I'm ready to call my next witness. Uh-oh. Is that all I can get out of her? You've served your purpose, Sheikah. Be gone. Fine. You had best treat Her Highness with respect, or I'll see to it that you spend the night in the dungeons. Do not presume to threaten me, Sheikah. A night of darkness and solitude would be nothing but comfort for me. Is that so? Then perhaps we should fill the dungeons with lit candles for the occasion. They're glaring daggers at each other. If this doesn't end soon, we're all in trouble. Order! Order! I'm sure we'll treat the princess with utmost respect. You may step down, Detective. This case has already made me weary with all the pointless jabber. The time is ripe to deal the final blow. I call Her Highness, Princess Zelda of Hyrule, to the stand. Hope Ganondorf isn't the culprit and he's just a jackass. I think that's what I think too, actually. There's something with the courier and or Ingo that's suspicious. Something the matter? Why is everyone quiet all of a sudden? Zelda's the murderer calling it now? That would be fun. Ah, Your Highness. I believe we're all just a bit uncertain on how to proceed. It is quite the honor to have such an esteemed guest in these halls. Bah! In the face of the law, the princess is no different from a peasant. Oh, if only. Name and occupation, now! The prosecution will behave, and will not have any derogatory statements directed at the princess. Derogatory? I simply wish not to waste any more time. We must employ proper procedure. Oh, man. It is all right, Detective. I believe the prosecution does have a point. In the eyes of the law, we are all equals. Bullshit, but you know, it's a nice thought. On this stand, I am just another witness. I should not be getting any special treatment. Very admirable, Your Highness. We can all rest easy knowing that Hyrule is destined to have such a wise monarch in its future. Yes, indeed. I eagerly await the day when our next ruler takes the throne and reshapes the kingdom in their image. You flatter me, Prosecutor. Now then, I believe I was asked for my name and occupation. I'm Zelda, current Princess of Hyrule and heir apparent to the throne. Marvelous, Your Highness. Equal to the numbers in our bank account, so true. Before we begin, I would just like to know, why were you at Lon Lon Ranch to witness this terrible incident? It is simple, really. Lon Lon Ranch is Hyrule Castletown's biggest food supplier. Not only that, but the ranch also equips Hyrule's royal guard with the finest of horses. Every year, the royal family makes a visit as a gesture of goodwill and to ensure the quality of the steeds. Wow. I didn't know your horses were used by the Royal Guard. Yep. We work hard every year to make sure they're in the best possible condition. There's an Uma Musume joke somewhere in here. Father loved to boast about it to the other ranch owners. Knowing Talon, I'm sure he did. How unfortunate that the ranch may no longer meet the Crown's high standards under new management. The royal family has a backup, I trust? We're looking for one. Naturally, those standards are quite high. Yes, yes, of course. Now then, please describe what you saw on the day of the incident. Very well. Here I go. The scene behind the door. I arrived at Lon Lon Ranch a little after 8 a.m., accompanied by my loyal guards. Hang on. These are so interesting to look at this. Like, to look at, I guess. Speaking hard. Press A for details. Ooh. Ooh. Interesting. Wood saw 1. 1 piece. That's gonna be important. Alright. I remember being surprised at how quiet everything was. There was nobody there to welcome us. I could sense that something was wrong. I opened the door to the ranch house and went inside. The room was mostly empty. There was a table with some kind of crystal bottle on top of it. But in front of the table, a terrifying scene was unveiling. The defendant hacked at the ranch owner's chest with the saw she was holding. I was overcome with fear and I screamed. I'll never forget what I saw that day. Okay, this is a fake Zelda. This is totally a fake Zelda that Ganondorf is making, because that's a thing that he does. That's gotta be it. I was overcome with fear and I screamed. I'll never forget what I saw that day. I heard that Talon and his daughter were incredibly kind. I cannot believe she would commit such horrible violence. What? Oh my, you saw the very moment the victim was killed? He looked angry, but there you go. Decisive testimony. As there is no need to doubt the princess's statement, I call for the judge to make a ruling right away. Hey now, hold on. We didn't get to cross-examine the witness yet. You haven't, fool, because there's no need. Did you not hear one word of what I said? Didn't you just say we should follow all the procedures and treat the princess like any other witness? This is the defense's right. You complete. I believe the defense has a point. They do have every right to perform a cross-examination, no matter who is testifying. I was quite looking forward to this part myself. I've only ever read about court proceedings in the Royal Library. That being said, I will not tolerate any reckless accusations toward the princess. Is that clear? Naturally, Your Honor. How am I going to cross-examine the princess? This isn't going to end well. What's gotten into the prosecutor? It seemed like a rather intense outburst. Well, I do have a guess. Oh? Because of the princess's status, it's possible that Dragmire didn't have an opportunity to discuss her testimony with her. That might mean that this testimony is a surprise even to him. This could be my chance. Before we begin, there is just one thing that caught my attention. I believe the princess mentioned seeing some kind of glass bottle at the crime scene. That would be this, I presume? Why, yes, that is exactly it. What is that? Oh, this is the bottle of perfume that Father intended to gift to Her Highness when she arrived. He quickly rode out to town to get it at the last moment. We didn't know that the princess was coming instead of the king until only about 2 hours before the visitation. Oh, how thoughtful. He really did not need to bother himself so. Why is the prosecutor handling evidence? Yeah, Juna. No, OOT is basically, it's like you can just code whatever you want in this game now. It's lovely. There's so many hacks we gotta check out together, honestly. Yeah, okay. We gotta do it. We gotta play more OOT ROM hacks. I need to become encultured with you guys. That said, a good number of the cooler ones have what I think are AI art in them. So I'm gonna have to be careful. Like 2 that I found really cool and interesting at first. I saw paintings that I'm pretty sure were AI generated. Ugh. Thanks for the hydrate, Dozu. Should play Missing Link next? I'll look into it. There's a few really cool things. Is Missing Link the one with the hourglass item? I do remember that one. It's so cool. Hydration is important, it's true. As fascinating as all this is, the prosecution doesn't believe it's relevant to the case. It's good to have a full picture of the crime scene. The defense requests the bottle to be accepted into evidence. Bah. Desperate to latch onto every little thing, are you? Yeah, Indigo does look really cool. I'm waiting on it. Whatever. You can add it to the evidence if it'll make you happy. No skin off my teeth. That's not the saying. In that case, the court accepts this bottle into evidence. There we go. I want to read it. Let me read it. So they put a Dark Souls boss in it? Oh, that sounds really cool. Okay, no extra info looking at it. Now then, defense, begin your cross-examination. It would be really fun if there's actually like hearts for like the mistakes you make. If you fuck up. I arrived at Lon Lon Ranch a little after 8 a.m., accompanied by my loyal guards. If these guards were with Her Highness, why were they not called as witnesses? We did question the guards, naturally. Apparently, they didn't get to see anything relevant. I was the only one to enter the crime scene. After seeing what was inside, I stood guard and insisted that no one be allowed inside until the Sheikah force arrived. I read that preserving the scene is vital. Quite correct. I'm sure the guards were absolutely thrilled with this order. Please proceed, witness. I remember being surprised at how quiet everything was. There was nobody there to welcome us. Please make Zelda like the actual culprit. I would love that. Have you conducted these royal visitations in the past, Your Honor? No. This was my first one. Link's sweating nervously. It's awesome, right? This hack is so cute. Up until last year, my father was always the one to visit Lon Lon Ranch. However, he decided I had to start preparing for all the royal duties that await me, and so I was to do it this time. He will doubtlessly perform admirably as ruler when the time comes. Do we know how many cases there are? I think it's just the one. I'm probably gonna beat this before the end of stream. It would be cool if they did more, but this is like a side project. The team who made this actually does like Mario hacks for New Super Mario Bros. Which, considering the quality of this, now I want to check those out. What happened when you got to the ranch house? I could sense that something was wrong. I opened the door to the ranch house and went inside. And what then? Stop interrupting and let her get to the point. Defense. I believe I was clear about not badgering the witness. Right, I need to calm down. Yeah, James, it's sick. The room was mostly empty. There was a table with some kind of crystal bottle on top of it. Hey, bro. Hey, Corvid Bubble. You're eating a big bowl of mac and cheese? Oh, fuck yeah. Oh, I could go for a big bowl of mac and cheese. You paid attention to something like that after seeing a murder, princess? Thanks for the hydrate. Well, I spent a rather long time in there waiting for the Sheikah force to arrive. Oh, she totally killed him! Plus, that bottle's quite beautiful. It just stood out. Stopping him before D&D? Hell yeah. But in front of the table, a terrifying scene was unveiling. The defendant hacked at the ranch owner's chest with the saw she was holding. You were there at the exact time of the murder, Your Highness? That is correct. It's impossible. You're lying. The defendant will curb her outburst. You're addressing royalty. This is really bad. What now? Where were the victim and the killer at this time? The ranch owner was in front of a little table that is directly across from the entrance door. The defendant was right in front of him and quickly fainted after her attack. A large pool of blood started forming where the victim was. I had a rather good view of the whole scene. Right. It is as unfortunate as it is fortunate that you could see the whole thing in such detail. Now, please continue. Should I ask something else? Let's see what was outside. Are you sure there wasn't anyone else at the ranch, Your Highness? No, the place looked empty. Although I did later see a worker pull up a loaded wagon when a courier came asking about milk shipments. He caused a little bit of a scene when the Sheikah force started inspecting it. That worker must have been somewhere else on the ranch, I suppose. Ingo's obviously being implicated. Zelda also looks suspicious. The ranch is pretty large, so that worker was inside a building on the other side. It's quite understandable she wouldn't have seen him until later. This really doesn't give me a whole lot to work with. I was overcome with fear and I screamed. I'll never forget what I saw that day. Hey, Deluxy. Sorry, the ad breaks just hit. Fuck. Are you sure you got a good look then, Your Highness? You didn't look away in panic? The princess was very brave to take control of the situation the way she did. There's no need to doubt what she saw. You'll miss me forever. Oh no. Yes, I suppose what she did was admirable. If only we had arrived earlier. Your Highness, don't blame yourself for this. If you'd arrived earlier, you could have been the one that got attacked. Ha! So you would have lashed out at anyone trying to stop you, huh? Despicable. That's not what she meant, and you know it. Princess, please go on. Very well. I heard that Talon and his daughter were incredibly kind. I cannot believe she would commit such horrible violence. Trust your heart, Your Highness. You know Malin didn't do this. What nonsense. Her heart? What do her organs have to do with anything? Oh, of course. Evidence and testimony be damned. Just because we feel the defendant must be innocent. Oh, well, if you're sure, then I declare today's verdict. Have you gone senile, old man? It was a joke, much like the arguments the defense has been presenting. That was really good. I can't believe the princess would lie like this. Yeah, it really is shocking. You don't believe her, right? Even if she's the princess, that means nothing. I didn't do it. To trust authority or your best friend? I'll need something very concrete to disprove what the princess is saying. Yeah, Sauce, the animations are great. The music is so neat. Hang on. But I don't... The cloth would, like, not... I can't accuse her of the crime. That would fuck me over. Right? Welcome back from ads. Hey, Deluxie, if you're still here. Sorry about the timing. Let's see. I'm curious. Like, I see a contradiction, but I don't know how to present it. Welcome back, Gravello. The fucking dynamic music? Because it, like, has this louder version and, like, a quieter version when you go into the court record. She fainted right after the murder out. She wiped the saw. Exactly. But I don't know how to present that here. Because it's not in the testimony itself, you know? Statement 5? Yeah, but she doesn't say that exactly. I can try. Yeah, that's true. Helen probably couldn't... Okay, it does work. It just felt like a little less clear. Because the contradiction wasn't in the exact word she said here, but when we pressed her... Pretty sure I'm thinking too hard? Yeah, I am. Helen probably couldn't wipe off the blade while the princess was watching. But it's not entirely out of the question. There's something much more damning in this testimony. I shouldn't play all my cards this early. Oh wow, so they acknowledged what my thinking, and then we're like, no, there's something worse. Interesting, interesting. Huh. No later than 8 a.m. Yeah, that's it. He couldn't have died until, like, after she'd gotten there. The autopsy report says that he had to have died before she got there. That's it. See, I was right. It's more direct. Your Honor, Your Highness, I believe I've found something that doesn't quite match up with the facts. How dare you question the princess? You will let the defense speak, prosecutor. I think I see why you so desperately wanted to prevent this cross-examination now. Your Highness, you stated that you arrived at the ranch shortly after 8 a.m., correct? Yes, the visit was scheduled for 8:30 exactly, but we were quite a bit early. I see. That makes something you mentioned quite impossible. As stated by the autopsy report, the victim definitely died before 8 a.m. You couldn't have seen the defendant attack the ranch owner when you arrived. Because the victim was already dead by then. Order! Order! Yes! You've really caught her in a lie! Your Highness, what is the meaning of this? While I wholeheartedly respect and serve the crown, I will nonetheless not tolerate lies in my court. I have not lied, I just... Suppose I did not see the exact moment it happened. I guess I only thought I did. Princess, this is a matter of life and death. I definitely saw the defendant there, though, along with the body. There's no one else who could have done it. I remember all the other details correctly. The body's on the floor, the pool of blood. You have to believe me. Perhaps it'll be best if Her Highness revises her testimony. That's not good. There's still not enough doubt to overturn this testimony. I'll have to find something else, or the case will be over. That was cool that they caught onto that, like that one line of logic to direct you. That was neat. There's a lot of polish here. I'm sorry for embellishing the truth a little bit. I did not see the actual moment of the attack, but it had to have happened shortly before I went into the ranch house. Miss Malin and her father were the only ones at the scene of the crime, so she must be the culprit. I see. You only saw the aftermath of the scene, not the actual crime being committed. Very well. Hopefully there are no issues in your testimony this time. Defense, it's time for your cross-examination. Naturally, Your Honor. Dragmire still looks pretty angry. I bet he didn't expect such a blatant contradiction to pop up. If I could just find another one like that, the princess's testimony would become completely untrustworthy in the eyes of the judge. I'm engaged. What I actually saw. I'm sorry for embellishing the truth a little bit. Press! Ganondorf, I don't know, it's funny. Yeah, I do like that they reskinned Link for this too. They changed a lot of the models, really. Why did you do that, Your Highness? There's a life on the line here. I really am sorry. I suppose I got a bit too excited about being a witness in an actual murder trial. Really now? Most people hate testifying. Yes, well, the life of a princess is rather boring, you know? This is quite the break from the routine for me. Should just get a hobby then. I did not see the actual moment of the attack. In that case, it can't be conclusively proven that the defendant did it. Defense, did you exhaust your singular brain cell in that last contradiction you found? There's a Death Mountain's worth of evidence pointing to the defendant. Just because no one saw the actual moment of the crime doesn't mean anyone else could have done it. I think you're making a Death Mountain out of a Death Molehill, please. Model budget ran after four characters? I don't know. They animated him so well. I think I like the way he looks. Just keeping him this way. But it had to have happened shortly before I went into the ranch house. How can you be so sure of that, Princess? Well, when I entered the ranch house, the victim still had the murder weapon embedded into his body. What? It is obvious what that means, is it not? The killer did not even have enough time to try to hide the weapon. Holy shit. Pretty much in the same spirit as Edgeworth. I love it. Yeah, Zelda, that's a big contradiction. Yes, I might not have seen the murder weapon firsthand, but I must have been very close to doing so. Oh my. This seems like a very important detail. I think it would be advisable for Her Highness to amend her testimony. Certainly, Your Honor. Well, we already know the contradiction, but let's go through and press everything just to see. Interesting. Dragmire certainly doesn't look very happy about this development, does he? Thinking about it, I might just know why. Hey, just for Candle. How's it going? That doesn't necessarily mean my client was the one to do it, though. What if someone else snuck in before Malin and the princess arrived? Well, I suppose. Lon Lon Ranch is surrounded by high walls, and the only way in is through a self-locking gate. Not very many people have a key to that gate, just the personnel and the crown. Well, someone could have forced their way in. Bah! If you wish to propose such a possibility, you must substantiate it with evidence. Do you have any proof that another person showed up at the ranch house before the princess? Do I? I'm not gonna say I do. I don't have anything of the sort. There must be another angle I can attack this from. Yeah, no, we're not... We don't need to do that. Very well, witness. Since the defense has wisely chosen to stay silent, please continue your testimony. Miss Malin and her father were the only ones at the scene of the crime, so she must be the culprit. Like one of the cows stabbed him? Yeah, that's definitely it. Are you sure Malin was the only person there other than the victim? From what I recall, there's an upstairs room at the ranch house. What if someone was hiding there? Don't be stupid, defense. If someone was hiding up there, the Sheikah force would have found them. I stood guard at the door the entire time. No one could have left. What if they jumped out a window? Do not be ridiculous. Those windows are very high up. Actually, those windows can't even be opened. They'd have to break one to leave. Right. Well, this is a little more plausible than the last testimony she gave. Yes, I suppose it matches the detective's account, doesn't it? Still, I feel like something here sticks out like a sore thumb. Yeah, alright. Here we go. If it was still stuck in his body, then how did she wipe it clean? I believe I found another reason to doubt the witness's words. Hey, Blake. Ugh. It seems the prosecution sees what I'm getting at here. There was a bloody cloth discovered at the scene of the crime. The prosecution has argued before that it was used to wipe the saw clean. If the princess saw the saw lodged into Talon's body, and the crime scene was left intact, then it couldn't have been wiped. Well, Prosecutor Dragmeyer, care to explain? Ugh. This is most perplexing. Your Highness, are you sure that's what you saw? Well, maybe the princess decided to pull the saw out in a valiant yet futile attempt to save the victim, and then wipe the blade clean? That would be almost like framing the defendant. Of course I did no such thing. I made sure the crime scene stayed intact. I guess I must have made up the memory about the saw sticking out of Mr. Talon as well. I love this. You idiotic girl. Do you even realize what you've done through your bumbling? I'm sorry. I was just so excited to stand as a witness in court just this once. Whenever I try telling my father about anything, he always seems so disinterested. Just this once, I wanted to feel listened to. The defendant, it is clear that she did it. I just wanted to play a larger part in her capture. I'm sorry for the trouble I have caused you all. What are the character profiles now? Right, let's check that out. Malin, Talon, Judge, jolly old man who has presided over some of my cases. Ganondorf Dragmire, age 59. Impa's 34. I think that checks out with something I remembered like seeing, but it's fucked up. Like she doesn't look that young. Oh, they drew Zelda. You can tell. That's so cute. Like all these are existing renders, but like edited, of course, for in Impa's case and stuff, and Roru. But like Zelda, I don't know. I just noticed that with her hair, and now I'm seeing the rest. That's so cute. She's only 14. Jeez. I lied because I hate my dad. So true. So true. Your Highness, the court is no place for silly games. As it stands, I'm afraid we will have to strike your statements from the court record completely. Yes, I did it. The prosecution lost their key witness. Your Honor, I was bored. Your Honor, it was so fun. I'm sorry. I just was having such a good time. No, please wait. I have more to say. I was wrong about the crime scene, but I still have not testified about what I saw afterwards. Bah! Why would we care about that? It's best that you leave and stop damaging my case with your idiocy. Even if you are not interested in my words, you might be interested in the evidence I found. What? Huh? Evidence? She was withholding evidence too, for dramatic effect? Good job, Zelda. Of course. While the Sheikah force investigated inside the ranch house, I looked around the rest of the ranch on my own. Sheikah, did you know about this? Of course I did. You did? Updating the autopsy report. Yeah, good job admitting to a crime, Zelda. Yeah, no, she has been nothing but a menace to the courts. Jesus Christ, Zelda. The boob window trench coat combo is powerful. I do appreciate her. I'll have your head for this. Order, order. What is the meaning of this, detective? Why have you withheld this from the court? It's quite simple. The princess specifically requested to present her finding on her own. Yeah, of course. We withheld evidence because of hype moments and aura. That's what Zelda says. What? And you agreed to this? This court is not some playground where children decide when evidence should be presented just because they have a crown. He's being rude about it, but I can't help but agree with Dragmire on this one. Also, I don't really buy this story. There's no way Impa would have allowed this. Believe me, I wasn't thrilled with the request either. However, after seeing the evidence in question, I didn't think it would be at all important to the case. Thus, I let the princess have her fun. This is highly, highly irregular. On TikTok, showing off her favorite piece of evidence? Please. So this is the real murder weapon. You can see the bloodstains on it. I'm not sure how to feel about this. Prosecutor? Bah! Naturally, I object to this nonsense. If the detective thinks it's irrelevant, then this is probably just a waste of time. Hold it up like a makeup bottle. Yeah, I know the exact fucking... Like... The hand that's not holding it is behind it and, like, covering it for the lighting. Fucking... All the evidence points to the defendant. It's still clear she did it, even without a witness at the scene. I see. Defense? What do we do? If we object to presenting the evidence, then Dragmire loses his key witness. Plus, whatever the princess presents could be bad for our case, too. So we should agree with the prosecution? Well, on the other hand, we don't really have much to go on. This could be our only lead left. Well, don't keep us waiting. Devious licks, but it's like fucking important crime scene material. Surely you won't throw away all the progress you've made thus far. I kind of want to see a vapid social media influencer princess in like some kind of weird modern fantasy thing where the modernity is just quirky stuff. There's room to be silly with that kind of thing. Surely you won't throw away all the progress you've made thus far. What do I do? No, I want that evidence. I really hope this is the right choice. The defense requests that the evidence be presented. What? While I agree that the situation is irregular, we should still examine all evidence available. It would be silly to dismiss it as irrelevant without even seeing what it is. Right, Rabid Peach, please. Some Hallmark movies like that? Honestly, maybe so. I do believe you have a point, defense. However, I must warn you. In order to admit this piece of evidence into the court record, the princess's statement that she found it somewhere away from the scene has to be admitted as testimony. Yes, Your Honor. I'm well aware. I'm sorry, I faked the blood for fun. It's funny, she's been so awful, but I believe in her. Because it's easy and obvious that we should believe in her. The defense wishes to give the princess just one more chance. Of all the idiotic, foolish... Order! Very well then. Your Highness, please testify once more about the new piece of evidence you found during your own investigation. Thank you. I will not let you down this time. I promise. The princess should understand the gravity of the situation at hand now. I just hope this new evidence isn't damaging to our case. My findings. I wish to express my most heartfelt apologies for my mistakes in the earlier testimony. Upon entering the ranch house, I saw the defendant passed out in front of the victim, who was bleeding out. I stood guard at the entrance of the ranch house until the Sheikah force arrived. Once the Sheikah started investigating the crime scene, I decided to take a look around the ranch. While I was walking near the silo, I noticed a strong odor in the air. I had to stop to see where it was coming from. I followed the scent and found a burned out fire nearby, and a small, nearly empty bottle of lamp oil. Lamp oil? Rope? Bombs? Sorry, they can't. There's no way they have more shoe in this. I, of course, took the bottle straight to the head detective. Interesting. And here it is. The oil bottle I found. But a newly burned out fire. There's something that could be done with that. Is something wrong? They're not yours, my friend. Please. Oh no. This might actually be completely irrelevant. Was it more shoe in the roguelite hack? Yeah, though that also wasn't really much of a roguelite. There was no randomization. You kind of just walked through everything and fought everything, which was kind of cool. But then they also like redid a bunch of boss fights, which were interesting. They did make you a roguelite, yeah, but no, it's not the same. A roguelite still has randomization. That game has none. It's just enemy gauntlets and dying. Anyway, it had a bunch of boss redesigns that made them generally more tedious, to be honest. I wasn't a huge fan. But maybe I should give it a shot. Then again, that was one of the ones that I think had AI art in it. Well, so it goes. Yes, well. Of course there is, foolish girl. That doesn't... Sorry, hang on. That has nothing to do with anything. Your great finding is some random fire on a ranch? Please. What next? Are you going to declare every rake on the premises suspicious? Well, The prosecution will calm down. This is bad. Your Honor, despite the fact that this evidence might not seem to add anything at the moment, the defense still asserts its right to a cross-examination. Some straws have been grasped. Why must you insist on this charade, defense? The princess has merely recounted the same view of the crime scene as the head detective. You haven't been able to find any contradictions in her statements. I believe there might be a way to tie the princess's new evidence into the case. Ridiculous! Regardless of what the prosecution thinks, the defense does have a right to a cross-examination. The court admits the oil bottle into evidence. I just really hope this isn't a complete waste of time, defense. For both your own sake and your clients'. The animations are lovely. Yeah, Dimension. Man, I want to play those again, but like the remasters because the originals hurt me. I don't know, maybe I'm a baby. There's no need to press the princess on her apology. You already wasted the chance to throw out her testimony. Yes, defense. Please get to the point. Yikes. They're fed up. Was there anything else in the room? Only the beautiful little crystal bottle I mentioned earlier. The house was rather barren. Most of our things are on the top floor, since the downstairs room is mostly used for ranch business these days. And the occasional game. Of course! Dad's famous Cuckoo game. The good old days. Is the defense done reminiscing? There will be plenty of time to do that when the defendant's behind bars. I was just trying to distract myself from the fact that there's nothing to latch onto here. I stood guard at the entrance of the ranch house until the Sheikah force arrived. Did anything happen during that time? No, not that I recall. The guards did occasionally protest and asked me to let them take over, but I held my stance. While commendable in theory, staying in the same room as a dangerous killer isn't very wise. What if she woke up and lashed out at you? We'd highly up above. That thought did not occur to me. Bah, of course not. Foolish girl. But the guards did stand close by. It would have been safe. Wonderful to see how much faith our princess has in our royal guard. Yes, of course I do. In any case, he's really giving plans to kill her, vibes, you know? There's no way Ganondorf would do such a thing, though, right? Once the Sheikah started investigating the crime scene, I decided to take a look around the ranch. You didn't just go home? The royal visitation was supposed to last a lot longer. Father was not expecting us back at the castle until much later. I came to the ranch to examine the horses, so I supposed I could at least do that in the meantime. How long did it take the Sheikah to arrive at the scene? It does not take very long to make the trip from Hyrule Castletown to Lon Lon Ranch. I cannot imagine it was more than 20 minutes. That is pretty fast, although I imagine the fact that the princess was involved helped speed it up. Slow pokes, I would be there in half that time, running backwards even. Please. Running backwards is faster. I suppose it's no surprise, though. Hylian horses are naturally inferior to our fine Gerudo steeds. The Gerudo buy horses from our ranch too, you... Just don't bother. He's trying to rile you up. That's so funny. Horse racism. While I was walking near the silo, I noticed a strong odor in the air. I had to stop to see where it was coming from. What was the smell like? Oh, it was awful! A really terrible stench. Surely you don't mean to say that you found the smell of horse manure suspicious. Do not be ridiculous. The smell is not coming from the horses. Followed the scent and found a burned out fire nearby, and a small, nearly empty bottle of lamp oil. A fire, huh? Now, let me remind you, Defense, that there's any number of reasons why a fire could have been there. You can still feel the cold grasp of death early in the morn. Princess, how long would you estimate the fire had been out before you found it? Ah, right. There was still smoke rising out of the ashes, so it must have been put out recently. So around the time of the crime. So someone prepared their breakfast there. I repeat, this fire is irrelevant. I think he's realized the same thing I did. Well, who was it? Who could have lit that fire anyway? It would have to have been the ranch worker who was putting the milk shipment together at the time. It was almost certainly him. If you really want to ask about his little barbecue, you might just get your wish soon. Doesn't sound like it was very appetizing. But without anything concrete to pin on him, he'll just be able to brush it off. I, of course, took the bottle straight to the head detective. Right. And she allowed you to present it? Well, I was the one to find it. And since I was going to the trial anyway... Utter ridiculousness. Yes. Please make this the last time you do something like this, Your Highness. Proper procedures exist for a reason. Yes, I understand. Defense, I believe that is enough. It doesn't seem like you're getting any closer to finding a connection between this fire and the crime at all. No, I suppose not, Your Honor. Naturally. I've said this was a waste of time from the beginning. In that case, this cross-examination is over. Thank you for your time, Your Highness. I assume you have no more revelations to share with us? No, I do not. I really thought the fire would be important. Leave my sight! Enough! Your Highness, if you'd allow me to escort you back to Hyrule Castle. Very well. Now that the princess's little game is over, we should move this along. The prosecution's stance is still the same, of course. Please, Blaine. How's it going? We maintain that the evidence on its own is enough to convict I can't speak! We maintain that the evidence on its own is enough to convict the defendant. I do believe I am nearly ready to hand down my verdict. But, Your Honor, there's nothing that definitively shows that Malin committed the crime. It's all circumstantial. There's no way she could kill her own father. Ah, that is an excellent point, defense. The prosecution has yet to elaborate on the defendant's motive. Patricide is not something a person commits lightly. I did briefly touch on the subject during my opening statement. But, naturally, the prosecution is fully prepared to elaborate on the matter. I would like to call in my third witness. It has to be that ranch worker. It could just be like a matter of, oh, Ganondorf convinced Ingo to kill his brother to have full control and get a lot of money. That's like the obvious, straightforward story here. We'll see if they go any crazier, though. Before calling him in, though, the prosecution requests a brief recess to prepare. I thought you said you were already prepared. Maybe he wants to double-check that his new witness won't pull anything weird like the princess did. Very well, I do believe a break would benefit us all. The court will reconvene after a 15-minute recess. Court is adjourned. Nice. 11:17 a.m. Hey, actually, that kind of lines up with how long we took. It's been like about an hour and a half. That's funny. Hyrule Grand Court, Defendant Lobby number 3. It's not going all that well, is it? No, I think that went about as well as it could have, actually, given the circumstances. We exposed the worst of the princess's testimony as untrue. I can't believe she just makes stuff up like that. Yeah, that was surprising. Still, the issue is that we didn't manage to shake the core of the argument. If only there was anyone else in that house. Now, there's no need to look so glum. Detective, aren't you supposed to be escorting the princess back? The carriage is being prepared. I thought I'd drop by in the meantime. You've really managed to make Dragmire furious, you know. I have. If you listen carefully, you just might be able to hear him ranting over in the prosecutor's lobby. Please, Blake. That would be so funny. She just got possessed by, like, Crimea from Majora's Mask, and her boobs were really huge for no reason. He's really giving his upcoming witness a grilling. Tenki. Wow. I feel pleased. Welcome on in. What's up? Expecting to try to shut you down as fast as he can. Well, that would be worrying if I had anything you could shut down in the first place, I guess. Aw, thanks, Tenki. That's sweet of you. Oh, but you do. What do you mean? Oh, come on now. I'm talking about the princess's grand discovery, of course. The fire? I wasn't able to do anything with that. You really think it's relevant? Don't get me wrong. At present, I'm convinced the girl did it. We investigated and came to this conclusion for a reason. Everyone's slapping my tummy? Please. I could be charging for that, you know. I could be asking for donations through !donate to help me move, even. Sorry, I have to plug it every now and then because it is my livelihood on the line after all. Hi, Mystic. But I'm willing to explore every possibility. That fire is definitely a bit strange, and I dare say it may be your only way out of this. If I may be so bold, I think you should press the next witness on that topic hard. I do agree. As the only other person working on the ranch at the time, he's the only one who could have lit that fire. Mick, thanks for the $3. That's so sweet of you. You may slap it. Once. Glad to see you playing this. Yeah, I was very excited to check it out. I knew I had to play it with you guys. If he's hiding something, I think the court deserves to know. Thing is, the next testimony is about the motive. It's going to be difficult to bring up the fire again without Dragmire objecting. You'll have to make it work. As much as I don't like it, she's right. There really isn't a whole lot else to go on here. Well, thank you. And don't mention it. One last thing. You, ranch girl. Me? Try not to hold that testimony against the princess. Believe me, I'm sure she was acting with the best of intentions in mind. You know the road to the Dark Realm is paved with those, right? Perhaps. It was definitely a serious lapse of judgment, one she will live to regret. Part of this comes from the fact that she's rather sheltered and inexperienced. After the sudden death of her older sister last year, she was thrust into the role of an heir very suddenly. Wait, there was a different Zelda, or a different princess, crown princess? Yeah, no, the remixes are awesome. I love the soundtrack so much. Holy shit. That's right. The mysterious death of the firstborn Princess Zelda. Hyrule still grieved after the events of that day, So Zelda, they just named her sister Zelda too? Is every girl in the royal family named Zelda? I guess that makes sense. She's T-posed? No, her arms are like up, I think. And yet, no one knows exactly what happened. The king, though, modeled after the Wind Waker design. In the void of information, conspiracy theories run amok. People blaming the royal guard, the Sheikah, and even the king himself. Oh yeah, Blake? I think I could see that. The princess will soon have a whole kingdom's worth of troubles on her shoulders. For a kingdom with a history as turbulent as ours, it's a lot to handle. The princess's conduct today probably won't help with the distrust some people have of the crown right now, though. She's wise beyond her years. She will learn and she will be better. I simply ask that you don't think of her as an enemy, whatever comes of this trial. She does not need more than she already has. Wow, she's so intense. I never expected to see Impa get so emotional. I guess all this is why she decided to take the blame for the princess's impromptu investigation. There's your ghost, please. Maybe they could make a second trial and have it be about Zelda being on the side with you. And then just the bigger Zelda with big boobs. Detective Impa. What is it, soldier? I'm quite busy at the moment, so please be quick. The investigation team back at the ranch has just sent word of a new development. Something about a milk shipment being returned to the ranch because of a wrong recipient address? They're asking you to come over to see it. Oh, those idiots. I don't have time for this. Send someone else. I have to escort the princess to the castle. Roger. The milk shipment was sent to the wrong place, though. Huh. Curious. That did remind me, though. I took this bottle of milk from a couple guards who were slacking on the job earlier. Here, ranch girl. Perhaps it'll help calm your nerves somewhat. Not to worry, it's still unopened. It's not safe, don't drink it! Ingo did something fucky with it, that's why they were so nervous about the inspection! Oh, thank you. Gives the child booze. It's not the fancy Majora's Mask milk, sadly. The Chateau Romani. That's nice of her. Too bad for those guards, though. Now then, I believe the princess's carriage should be prepared by now. If you'll excuse me. I think I'm so nervous right now. Milk has just lost its flavor. Yeah, it's not real. It's not real milk. Huh? Lost its flavor? She's an adult? Yeah, no. Malin, she looks young here. She's like 28, though. 27. Yeah. I mean, it doesn't look like it here, but this is adult Malin from OOT. Flavor. I'm not going to be British about it, Mick. The flavor. The flavor. The flavor. But Lonlan milk is always so tasty. Are you sure it's just nerves? Let me try some. Huh. You're right. I assume this would have come from one of yesterday's shipments? Probably. With the investigation at the ranch, there wouldn't be any today, so... Maybe it just isn't fresh? Is newer team British or Canadian? I don't think... Hang on. No, I didn't even notice the flavor. Yeah, like I thought they were just saying that for to be funny. That is Cremia's artwork from MM, that's funny. Yeah, I think that does look right. In my memory. This might just be a me thing, but I always instinctively pronounce favorite and favorite differently. I just laugh at British people. They like did it first, so I guess I can't. I don't have much room to make fun of them, but it's funny. Granted, they have every right to make fun of Americans like tenfold, so that's just how it is. Imagine doing this at Majora's Mask. That would be scary, huh? With the end of the world at stake. Maybe it just isn't fresh? No, I don't think so. It doesn't really taste as if it's gone bad. Also, the guard said that one of yesterday's shipments was misaddressed, didn't he? This was all handled by Ingo, wasn't it? I think there's something odd going on. I'd better make some notes about this in the court record. Yes, save the milk. Do. Fuck yeah. Oh, right, the aluminium thing is really funny. Denki. Defense, the court is about to reconvene. Escort your client back to the courtroom at once. So it comes down to this. The conclusion's approaching. Time to turn the situation around. Oh, they're showing with the hearts refill. It's been easy, though. Not a hard case so far. Court is back in session for the trial of Malin of Lon Lon Ranch. I trust that the prosecution's final witness is ready? Naturally. I have personally seen to it that there will be no foolishness this time around. Hopefully his ears are intact. As we discussed before the recess, having established the opportunity and means for the defendant to have committed the murder, only one matter remains. Always use a guide for these games. I do everything I can, and then there's like at least 1 or 2 moments in each game where I'm like, okay, if I fuck this up, I lose like 30 minutes of mashing. Like, I lose 30 minutes of progress and I have to mash through dialogue. So I get really scared and then I end up having to look it up. Just for like one answer in the game. The matter of motive. For, naturally, such a heinous crime couldn't be the result of mere happenstance. The prosecution believes the defendant had a deep desire that pushed her to patricide. Our next witness can shed light on the matter. Fascinating. Very well, please proceed. The prosecution calls the ranch worker Ingo to the stand. It's funny to see Mr. Ingo in such fancy clothes. Oh? Yeah, he almost always just wears his work dungarees. It's almost like looking at a different person. Well, I guess he wanted to dress up for court. He wouldn't want to get this nice outfit dirty by working in it. Quiet, defense. Witness, state your name and occupation. Super Mario Layton 64? They could do that if they wanted to. Cute music. Your Honor, great honorable prosecutor. My name is Ingo. I mind Lon Lon Ranch. Mind? What does that entail exactly? I'm mostly there to work on the structures and equipment. The owner and his daughter are the ones who tend to the animals and take care of orders. How long have you been working at the ranch? It'll be several years at this point. There have been others who came and went, but I, Ingo, have persevered through all the hardships. Sounds like he wants a medal for it. Well, he does get a bit pompous at times, but Mr. Ingo really is a great help. He built the ranch's silo single-handedly. Whoa, that's some dedication. That silo's tall as fuck. That's crazy. Very well. Given that you're clearly an important employee, you're privy to some inside information, is that correct? Yes. The ranch owner shared all the big plans with me. He trusted me implicitly. I'm like in this kind of in-between thing where I kind of want to do a country accent, or a southern accent. Something like that. It's the music. Yeah, and it makes sense for a ranch hand. For a ranch hand. He used to say that we're like a big family. Sounds lovely. It sounds like a red flag that you're going to be getting loads of unpaid overtime. So true. Evidently, not every member of your so-called family felt the same way, though, did they? I always thought they were actually brothers, but I guess, I don't think they were even in the lore. It hurts to do this, but I have no choice. Hear my story, honorable court of law. I'll do an accent. It's, I would be too embarrassed to do this in the past, but I'm a little bit more able to be silly nowadays. The matter of motive. Just a couple days ago, the owner, Talon, partly signed the ranch over to his daughter, Malin. Talon became a life tenant, with Malin meant to inherit all the assets after his death. As long as Talon lived, Malin could not sell the ranch. It's simple, isn't it? The girl killed Talon to get full ownership and leave the dingy ranch left behind. It's appalling how ungrateful she is after all Talon did for her. It's fun. And there you have it. Testimony from a man who just lost everything. It's truly tragic to witness yet another family torn apart by greed. That's a pretty funny thing to say, considering what we know about Ingo. We have evidence. We have the defendant caught red-handed at the scene of the crime. And now we have a motive. How do we know he's telling the truth? Bah! I have, of course, verified the witness's testimony. As per the law, all inheritance documents must be filed at the Castletown Notary Office to be considered valid. We talked about that. Notarizing wills and stuff. I literally had like a little rant about that on stream like a week ago. Crazy how that's coming up again. I saw fit to prepare this for the trial. The prosecution would like to submit the Lon Lon Ranch inheritance document into evidence. Mr. Ingo, why would you? You should pass judgment now, Judge. The defense has nothing. I would like to cross-examine the witness. There are a few more details I feel are relevant. But of course, ask whatever you'd like. I, the hard-working Ingo, I can handle it. Very well, defense. Please begin. The matter of motive. Right. Just a couple days ago, the owner, Talon, partly signed the ranch over to his daughter, Malin. Let me read that inheritance document. Malin will inherit the ranch. If she's unable, divide the deed between the crown and the remaining employees. I see. So if Malin can't inherit it, then bam, he gets it. Or at least he gets part of it. How long ago was this exactly? 3, 4 days? I'm not sure the exact date. Had it been planned for a long time? Talon was getting on in years. Better to take care of the matter sooner than later, eh? Malin? He's telling the truth. Father scheduled a visit to the notary office about a week ago. What do you mean by partly, witness? Talon became a life tenant, with Malin meant to inherit all the assets after his death. So Malin hadn't become the ranch owner yet? Why, of course not. The wah might clue in on what Blake was saying about imagining him being Waluigi-ish. Obviously, he does have Luigi stuff specifically. It's funny to think about. Haven't you heard all the stories making rounds recently? So many ungrateful brats throwing their old folks into retirement homes the moment ownership's signed to them. Talon was no fool. I myself convinced him that it was the safer option. Oh, I'm sure you did. I'm sure you did, so that clause could be made good use of, huh? If the girl was up to some chicanery, he could always revert his decision. That's horrible! I'd never do that! As much as I'd like to believe that, you did much worse by killing him. I could have given her a southern accent too, but I didn't think to do so in time. Whoops. Children these days. You feed them, you raise them, and they pull a stunt like this as soon as you give them an inch over yourself. I left my parents. It was worth it. Better call Saul word. I must concur. The younger generation is horrible. Yeah? Why do you look at me while saying that? Anyway, what that meant was, as long as Talon lived, Malon could not sell the ranch. But why would Malon want to sell the ranch right now? Why wouldn't she want to? Why would a pretty girl like her want to work on some dingy ranch? She'd have it much better if she sold the old place and used the money to move to Castletown. That's not true. I love working with the animals. I wouldn't leave them for anything. What? She's often slacking on the job while I, the hard-working Ingo, have to cover for her. I guess the Deku nut doesn't fall far from the tree, as they say. But Talon loved to sleep on the job, too. Oh, I do recall quite a funny story with the Lon Lon ranch owner blocking the side entrance to Hyrule Castle for an entire day once. The guards couldn't wake him up. It took a particularly vocal Kuko, apparently. Ah, jeez. Well, there you go. I'm the real reason why the ranch has such renown. Me, the hard-working Ingo. Link, that's not true at all. I know. How do I stop this? Deku nuts don't grow on trees. You know, that's kind of true. He's full of shit. It's simple, isn't it? The girl killed Talon to get full ownership and leave the dingy ranch left behind. Do you really think Malon would go that far? I don't want to think it, but clearly the events speak for themselves, don't they? Why wouldn't she just wait a few more years then? Talon was getting older. Perhaps she knew more and more work would be piling onto her. Chicken strip ad jump scare. Is it the Taco Bell one? Not that Juna can hear me. For the record, yeah, I caved. I tried it. I tried Taco Bell's chicken strip thing, menu, whatever. It was shit. It wasn't that good. I mean, it wasn't awful, but it tasted like nothing, and tasting like nothing is not something you want when you pay extra for a specific novelty kind of thing, you know? I'd rather just eat tacos and fill them with hot sauce. I wanna down a whole party pack right now. Anyway. But really, how am I supposed to know? Ask her. That's alright. Well, if Malon didn't want to work, wouldn't she have done this earlier? As Talon's only child, she'd still inherit the ranch. That's where you're wrong. For a long while, Talon planned to split the ranch between the girl and the crown. He was a patriotic man. He knew how much those horses meant to the royal guard. I wish he hadn't changed his mind now. Is this true? Yes, Father's previous inheritance document did work that way. How admirable. I guess familial bonds went over his drive to help the kingdom. Truly a shame. A Jack in the Box one? Oh, damn. You'd order sloppy... I need to wait for the ads to end so I can tell Juna. I agree. I guess familial bonds went over his drive to help the kingdom. Truly a shame. Yes. Oh, sorry. My brain turned off. Yes. Naturally, the girl wanted the whole thing, so she bided her time. I think this sufficiently explains the timing. Let's continue, shall we? Wait just a moment. There's one more problem with the timing that I'd like the witness to explain. Why would Malin have planned the murder for the day of the royal visitation specifically? More people around means more witnesses. You'd think she would have chosen any other day. Yeah, so I'd fuck the Jack-in-the-Box mascot, and I feel like they should sexualize him more. And I feel like they should also make him really, really fat one time, like just for fun. Haha. God, my food is so good, I just can't stop eating it, or something like that. Anyway, I don't have Jack-in-the-Box where I live currently, so I'm excited to maybe have some when I move, if you want to help me move, by the way. Teehee. Yeah, so I like Jack-in-the-Box's food actually, but I haven't had it in a long time. It's been a few years. Pretty sure you've seen fat art of the mascot? I should do some research. KFC already took the sexy bit? Oh, who cares? They took all his wrinkles away when they tried to make him like, ooh, you want to date him, ooh. I don't care. Make Jack-in-the-Box mascot guy fuckable. Take off his shirt. Make him buff. Make him fat too. I don't know. I don't care. Could you repeat everything you just said? We need to be able to fuck the Jack-in-the-Box mascot, and the KFC mascot is not fuckable. The KFC mascot is like a date everything character to me. Made to be quirky, but not fuckable. Ronald feels the least fuckable. Yeah, he's not even like a cute clown. They've been phasing Ronald out of everything though. He hasn't shown up in material in years, has he? Because he's creepy. They just removed him because they decided he wasn't palatable enough as a mascot. And they're probably right, but like, it's more sanitization in progress, huh? Oh, dating sim plantation owner? Fuck, you're right. But I do love object heads. Grimace, though. I know Grimace's cheeks are popular. And I actually do think he has a really good appeal to the modern era. They made a Game Boy game. They made an official Game Boy game like a few years ago. Like a couple years ago with the Grimace Shake coming out. That was kind of cool. I'm surprised that they like didn't get in trouble with Nintendo about that. It's neat. Made a lot of handheld games. I mean, like they made one 2 years ago for the original Game Boy. That's not a typical thing. Like an actual ROM that runs on real hardware. Oh, did I forget to mention this? My accent coming in partway through. I overheard Talon arguing with her that very morning. He was telling her he'd changed his mind again. He was planning to tell the king that he'd be signing the ranch over to the crown. After the visitation was over, he'd head to Castletown to change the inheritance back to the original split. What? You'd rather have Ronald than whatever it is that Happy Meal monstrosity is? The Minions? The McDonald's Minions that they made when Minions were taking off? Actual physical cartridges? I know they at least made a real game. They let you play it online. It worked on real hardware. I don't know if you could order cartridges. You take psychic damage whenever you see one. They got rid of those too, I think. Or better, I suppose. Despite the victim's wishy-washiness, it would appear he did make the right choice in the end. And because of that choice, if the defendant wanted to get the ranch, she had no time to waste that day. Is this true too? Absolutely not. Father wasn't planning to do that, and there was no argument either. What to do about this argument, then? Add it to the testimony. There was an argument about the inheritance. That sounds like an important fact to me. The defense requests it be added to the testimony. Very well. Witness, please do so. I'd be happy to, Your Honor. That's... Why did you just leave that be, Mick? That's really funny. I overheard them arguing about the inheritance that morning. About what time did this happen? First thing in the morning. I was heading into the silo to start the day's work. I'd be right happy to. Please. Please. I just walked out the front door of the ranch house when I heard some yelling up behind me. Do you remember any specifics about what was said? Oh, yes. It surprised me enough that I stopped to listen for a minute. It was all like, I'm really sorry, Malin, but the most important thing is to make sure the king will always have a steady supply of quality horses. I don't care. What about me, father? How can you do this to me? Malin, this isn't just about you. It's for the good of the entire kingdom. But what am I supposed to do? I can't move up in life and I'm stuck on this dump of a ranch forever. I thought you loved the ranch. All the animals are here and Ingo's always around to help with the chores too. He's pretty great, isn't he? Yeah, Ingo's awesome, but I still hate you for this. This isn't over. What a stirring reenactment. He bought it, of course he did. I will keep my thoughts on the witness's acting skills to myself. There's no way this actually happened, though. Alan would never want to sell the ranch. Well, of course she'd say that now, you buffoon. Remember, she's under suspicion for murder. We can't trust a thing she says. Well, I trust her. But the judge probably doesn't right now, and that's unfortunately what matters. Do I have anything in the court record that could refute this story? If you ask me, this whole inheritance issue could have been avoided if the crown wasn't so soft. In Gerudo Desert, there would be no question that the fortress might seize whatever it desires. That's just messed up. No matter. Continue your testimony, farmhand. Share with us the true nature of the defendant. It's appalling how ungrateful she is after all Talon did for her. Now you hold it! That man gave everything for her. She's gotten so many expensive presents over the years. Just look at that golden necklace she's wearing. Nice, Juna. That man spoiled her rotten. In fact, I think I saw another present he was meaning to give her on the very day he was killed. Another gift? Why, yes. A little bottle of perfume, I believe. It's horrible! Talon was such a kind man. What happened to him was despicable. Was that last statement important? Add it to the testimony. Your Honor, the defense wishes to add the statement about the perfume to the testimony. Bah! What are you doing? Trying to implicate the defendant even harder? I think it's an important detail. The perfume is irrelevant. But I suppose the prosecution has no objections to strengthening our case. Very well, witness. Please add what you just said to your testimony. Talon often bought Malin gifts. I saw the latest one. Some kind of perfume, I think. The perfume was bought for Zelda? Yeah, but we don't know if we can prove that just yet. Where did you see this? I think it was just lying around the ranch house. Talon probably intended to give it to Malin on the day he was killed. Do you mean this, witness? Why, yes, that's exactly it. Looks very expansive. If only Talon had spent as much on his salary for me, the hard-working Ingo. I get up and leave to do work at the break of dawn every day, you know. Perfume that holds liquid like a bottle. There might be some link with that and the oil in the milk. Something's going on with all these assorted bottles. I get up and leave to do work at the break of dawn every day, you know. What's your relationship with this guy anyway? Well, he's been employed and living with us on the ranch for as long as I can remember, really. You know, I don't think he's ever skipped a day of work thinking about it. Not a single one? Talk about dedication. But even so, something is very much off here. Okay. There's the argument and there's the perfume. One of them has to be something we can refute. Let's see. Right, the ranch inventory is interesting. Nothing here about the perfume, of course. I guess that makes sense. Some orders of milk that left the ranch a little while after the crime. Yeah. I guess we could talk about the princess gift thing. Maybe. Like, that's an obvious quote-unquote contradiction, but I don't think it's going to go very many places. We'll see. I'll try the perfume one first. Witness. What is it? Just to confirm, you say that this bottle of perfume was bought from Malin by her father, correct? What else would it be for? I assure you, Talon wasn't the type to indulge in perfumes, far from it. Well, you're wrong, witness. Oh, is that so? Was the ranch owner truly a perfume connoisseur? No, Your Honor. This bottle of perfume was bought for the princess. So what, defense? Sure, it's technically a contradiction, but what does the purpose of this bottle change? Yes, defense. I admit I'm confused as well. Please explain why this point is important. Oh, but this does make sense because they were out to go buy this in the morning when he said the argument was happening. Earlier in the trial, Malin mentioned that Talon bought this perfume in preparation last minute. Isn't that right, Malin? It sure is. He had a gift for the king prepared when the news arrived that it would actually be the princess making this visitation. Father quickly rode out into town to get a new gift. This info puts one thing into question. Somebody's movements. Someone's movements around the ranch are put into serious doubt. Someone's? Well, don't keep us waiting then, defense. Who is this person? Naturally, the person whose movements become suspect is Talon. He was gone, so the argument couldn't have happened. The owner of the ranch, Talon. The victim? How so, defense? The victim went out to buy the perfume bottle. He should have not been there to get No, that's not what I meant! What? Defense, are you proposing that the victim hasn't actually died? No, that's not what I was trying to say. I was trying to say he couldn't have argued. Oh well. Well, of course. Why, perhaps we should send out a rescue party. He may still be stuck in the labyrinth that is the local perfume store. Meanwhile, the defense can try to get out of the labyrinth that is their own convoluted mind. Sorry. The perfume department. But even so, the fact that the perfume was bought at the last minute still caused a big problem. puts one thing into question. Alright, then we'll talk about Ingo. Smarmy man who works on the ranch, usually in his work clothes, but he's dressed up nicely for court. The witness himself. If you recall, this bottle of perfume, which had just been purchased, was found at the crime scene. The crime scene the witness supposedly never went to. He shouldn't have known about the bottle. That is not the angle I was thinking about, but that works. Yeah, Mick, I getcha. It's fun to see all the different dialogue. Ah! Smack, smack, smack. Order! Order! The defense raises a very valid point. You simpleton, what is the meaning of this? Well, witness, did you go to the scene of the crime at any point? Thinking 2 in the box? You just want me to talk about jacking in the box? No, of course I didn't. I was working in the silo all day. I remember, I saw the gift the day before the crime. The girl is lying. Talon must have gotten the gift the day before. You're the one who's lying. Father didn't leave the ranch at all that day. One's word against another's. Defense. Do you have any way to prove that your version of events is true? Why don't we send a soldier to ask the store owner when the bottle was bought? Bah! Do you know how many people visit that store? It's inconceivable that the owner would remember every random purchase. Ugh. Any other ideas, defense? Smelling the perfume doesn't seem like it would help. When you buy something, you usually get a receipt, and the receipt always shows the date of purchase. I just didn't think they would have receipts nowadays. I mean, back in Hyrule, I mean. Obviously nowadays, but in Hyrule, like, do they really have that much paper lying around? It might still be at the ranch house. I say we send someone out to look for it. Father never throws receipts away. We have a drawer full of them. The perfume one should be right on top. I believe this idea has some merit. Soldiers, rush out to the ranch house immediately and search for that receipt. Your Honor. Yes? What is it, soldier? We have just received the receipt from the team stationed at the crime scene. Very well. Thank you. I shall now read it out. There's a lot of writing on this. From Tingle's Mysterious Smells. Ah, yes. I think I've seen that store. It's that eccentric-looking place in the back alley. You couldn't miss the blinding neon colors if you tried. It's an utter eyesore. The gall of this nobody running a monopoly on Hylian perfume is preposterous. Perhaps. But back to the matter at hand. Ganondorf's really passionate about perfume? The nerve of that dunderhead! Why would anyone ever shop at a store where the owner calls every other customer a fairy? Happy end of Pride Month. Prosecutor. And the balloons. Oh, the balloons. That fool popped one right in my face. Happy Wrath Month, exactly. Azathil. Prosecutor Dragmire, enough! Continuing on. Purchased item. 1 bottle of Rosy Rupee Land. Aw, cute. Oh my. This is quite the price. Why, I would have to... Your Honor, please. The date of purchase? Happy Disability Pride Month too. Yeah, for sure. That's great. Ah, yes, right. Date of purchase. APB. Why, it's March 16th. The day of the murder. God. I wish it was storming for me. Order! Order! Yes, we got him! I think we're finally getting somewhere. But this still doesn't mean anything. Perhaps the witness briefly went back to the ranch house for something and saw the bottle then. Yes, yes, that's it. I was getting thirsty, so I went back to get a drink. I must have seen the bottle then. Yeah, the game is really fun so far. Can we do Pride Month again? Of course. Oh, come on! You think we're gonna believe that? Do you have any proof that he didn't? Well, I believe this calls for further testimony. As the witness now claims to have visited the crime scene shortly before the murder, we should learn of his exact movements that day. Ha! My movements? Well, alright. There's not a whole lot to say, though. It's unfortunate that he managed to weasel out of that. But this next testimony will be full of lies. This is my chance. Dying. I don't know what happened to me. Here we go. My non-suspicious movements. As was already stated, I had volunteered to work in the silo. At one point, I briefly went back to the ranch house to get myself a glass of water. I went back to the silo right after that and stayed there until the courier came. I haven't been back to the ranch house at all since then. At some point, the detective came and told me what happened. And wow, was that detective one fine woman. Yeah, buddy? See? Haven't done anything to warrant suspicion. Eat my shoes, you brat. I'll pass. There has to be something wrong in there. You can't put a flawless story together that quickly. Yeah, no, everyone be extremely gay and aggressive about how gay you are. Now more than ever, we need that. What were you doing? Well, I just went southern on Link, sorry. What were you doing? What were you doing? Working on shipments and fulfilling orders. We send out crates of milk to milk bars all across the kingdom every day, you know. Milk bars? Naturally, everyone loves a good drink, you know. And our milk is renowned as the best there is. I hear some others water theirs down. Despicable. You're watering yours down right now, you little bitch. I see. I think you said earlier that your job is to work on the structures and equipment, though? Indeed. Talon and the girl would usually be the ones overseeing milk orders. However, since the royal visitation was happening that day, I felt they needed their minds unoccupied, so I took it upon myself to do it this time. After the murder, I got scared that the Sheikah Force's investigation would delay the shipment, and that I, the Great Ingo, would get the blame. Thankfully, it all went through fine. Yeah, and you were so concerned with sending it off quickly that you wrote the wrong delivery address on it. Bah, you Hylians, ridiculous. Getting tipsy from something like milk? Bet you couldn't even handle it. Bet you couldn't handle even a sip of the Gerudo's noble pursuit, a real man's drink. I thought that was like a cocktail about, like, finding love in Breath of the Wild. A real man's drink? Aren't most of the Gerudo women? Speaking of drinks, I believe the witness was talking about how he had gotten himself a glass of water. Yes, of course. Moving all that heavy stuff around works up a sweat, you know. I got very thirsty, and at one point, I briefly went back to the ranch house to get myself a glass of water. You didn't think to just take a sip of the milk you were handling? No. It wouldn't be right. That milk was for the customers, you see. Yeah, it's in Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, that drink. I just didn't want to get into any trouble. A truly honest man. How dare you suggest he would steal from his own workplace? Right. So, what did you see at the house? Nothing much. I got my drink and left. Still had a lot of work to do, you see. I suppose I must have seen the perfume bottle then. In fact, yes, I remember it clearly now. It was there, on the table, plain as day. Great. What happened after that, witness? Went back to the silo right after that and stayed there until the courier came. And you were able to complete this so quickly on your own? But you don't know the might of the great Ingo. Yeah! I got things done in no time. I did almost break my back getting those crates out of the silo, though. There were so many, and all so heavy. It was like a puzzle in there. Johnny, test, please. The whip crack sounds. Anyway, that's not important. The point is, I haven't been back to the ranch house at all since then. Are you sure? Sure as can be. Muhaha. He never went back in, even after the crime was discovered? Bah, they wouldn't let me in. Preserving the crime scene or some such. I couldn't even get any of my things. After I was questioned, no one gave me half a glance. I had to sleep in the stables that night. It was terrible. Is what he just said important? It is important. Your Honor, I would like the witness to add his last statement to his testimony. What? What are you trying to pull now? Very well. Witness, please amend your statement. Yeah, fine, whatever. I didn't even get to sleep or access any of my belongings. I had to spend the night in the stable. Couldn't you have stayed at an inn? What am I, made of money? Think, boy, I'm just a simple ranch worker, you know. Boy, you lawyers, always flaunting your wealth. Right. Sorry. Not actually sorry. I doubt one night would bankrupt this guy. Just look at what he's wearing. At some point, the detective came and told me what happened. And wow, was that detective one fine woman. Could you elaborate? She's a hard-working woman who gets to the point and takes what she wants. Not to mention her impeccable fashion sense. What's not to love? That's not the part I wanted him to elaborate on. Wow, he seems totally smitten with her. Sure does. Wonder how Impa feels about it. Perhaps, when this chore of a trial is over, I could... But no, it'll have to wait. You thought you could distract me, did you? I, the genius ranch worker Ingo, see through your schemes. I got crazy with that last word, sorry. He's into doms, I kinda get it. He's sticking to that story, huh? Yeah. It was a desperate fix, but it holds up surprisingly well. I can hardly believe this is the same Mr. Ingo I know. He's usually so nice. It's time to press for more details. He's sure to slip up somewhere. There has to be a piece of evidence or a profile waiting to disprove what he's saying. Ingo and Impa Impa would not like him. The idea is so crazy. Hmm. I want to press him on this. Probably not going to work though. Music didn't stop, yeah. Ah, I've got you now. What? I knew a simple ranch worker couldn't concoct a flawless story. I've just found a gaping hole in it. Link, are you implying ranch workers are stupid? That's not what I meant. On the other hand, certain attorneys definitely are, since what you just presented is entirely meaningless. It just blows up. That's really funny. Oh, sure, just gang up on me. Okay. Just looking at everything. The oil bottle feels important. Let's see. Wait. Hang on. Yeah, this is a bit tough for me. Briefly went back to the ranch house to get himself a glass of water. Went back to the silo, stayed there until the courier came. Did he ever get a chance to get dressed to the nines then? Oh, yeah. You're so right. That's it. Well, Zithiel figured it out then. That said, if you do find out the answer in the future, don't tell me. But like, I get that. Witness, there's something seriously wrong with your testimony. Ban me for backseating. No, it's all good. I feel that though. What? Don't actually time him out for 10 minutes, please. You can do /untimeout. Please. Well, what are you talking about? You say you couldn't get any of your belongings because they were all at the ranch house, correct? A ranch house you were not allowed to go in? Robin, do you know how to untime someone out? Do I need to do it for you? I'm gonna do it for you. Oh, Horo, thank you. I appreciate it. Also, welcome on in. That's right. Well, that would imply you should still be wearing your work clothes. Sorry. Thank you. Go back to lurking. Stables and ranch house is different. Yeah, the stable is where the house, or where the horses live. The ranch house is where the people live. The people sleep in the ranch house, And they go to the stables to handle the horses. Don't untie me out, that's favoritism. It's a warning. Thank you very much. Because I never said no backseating. And I know that you're experiencing this alongside me. Well, that would imply you should still be wearing your work clothes. Pardon me if I'm wrong, but those don't look like work clothes at all. Ah! The defense has a point. The witness appears pretty well dressed for court. I can't imagine he would want to sully those clothes during work. Well, what do you have to say to that? Yeah. Oh, of course. By the way, for future reference, Robin, if you want access to extra commands, if you don't have 7 TV controls and stuff, or just in general, type a / in chat, then it'll show you a bunch of things you can do. So that's a good thing to know for future moderation things. I can explain, it's simple. These are brand new, yeah. On my way to the courthouse, I went shopping for a nice new outfit. After all, I couldn't very well show up to court dressed like a bum. You couldn't afford a night's sleep, though? Yes, defense. Certain people have a modicum of respect for the court and show up dressed appropriately. What's that supposed to mean? This is my finest Zora suit. So you claim you bought these clothes after the crime, is that correct? Very much so. This morning, in fact. Why do I need to repeat myself? Thought he was sleeping where the dead body was? No, he wasn't allowed in the house even after they cleaned up the crime scene. For investigation purposes. That's why he was arguing he had to sleep in the stable. Do I accept that explanation? No. Yeah, PV, it's great. You buying those clothes today is simply impossible. What? Oh, how can you claim so? Defense, as you know, evidence is everything in court. Either prove that the witness couldn't have bought these clothes today, or get out. I don't know, actually. Let's see, let's think about it. Let's think about it. He looked after the ranch inventory. He did a shipment yesterday morning that got returned today. Or wait, didn't he have to do a shipment today too? No, he couldn't. He couldn't. They said like, he couldn't. He just said before that he claimed like he couldn't afford to stay at the inn, so I know it's bullshit. But do I have proof? I don't know if I have proof. He was at the ranch in the morning, right? I'm trying to think of what the proof would be. I think we might have fucked up. Oh, fuck. We have to come up with something. We have to say something. The fact that you can't directly reference testimony is unfortunate, yeah. This better not be an instead game over bit. If it is, then they'll give me a chance to go the other way after, I think. We'll still have 1 heart left, but I'm scared. You have a theory, but you shan't say. Thank you. Impa brought it during the recess. Where did the milk come from again? She brought it from the return shipment, I think? And the shipment was returned. So she came by to see, right? But he was at court already by then, I think. Shouldn't the soldiers have been able to see what he was up to? Hmm. It would have had to be really early in the morning. I don't know if we know anything about this morning. I mean, if anyone would know, it would be Impa, but I don't know if we can just ask her, you know? This was the day before the crime. I don't think this helps. And then this oil bottle is from the day of the crime. I don't know anything about the day after the crime. At all. Genuinely at all. Besides this. This proves he couldn't have bought the clothes. Yeah, he fucked up. I must admit, I don't see the connection here. Bah! Because there is none. The defense is just wasting our time as usual. The crime was today? No, it wasn't. It was yesterday. Today is the 17th. The crime was on the 16th. I needn't have worried. Yeah, I need to rethink this. Defense, as you know, evidence is everything in court. Oh shit, yeah, no, we're locked in. Did they do a devious thing? Mick, if you have a way to frame a vague hint, I would appreciate it. Otherwise, hang on, I gotta think about this. Did I just present him? There's no way you could have bought the clothes because of this. I told you to stop wasting our time. This also proves nothing. I just submitted Ingo's profile. I submitted Ingo's profile in the return shipment. Might be a good idea to reminisce about the past here, please. Okay. How could I even prove that? I don't know anything about Ingo's schedule this morning. Maybe if I could show he already had bought these clothes before today. Oh! Okay. Got it. It's in this photo! I would like to turn the court's attention to this. Ah! Why, this is one lovely pictograph. It reminds me of the idyllic days I spent with my grandson at the fishing pond. What about this pictograph defense? Well, just look at what Ingo is wearing. This photo is from Malin's childhood, but Ingo is very clearly wearing the same outfit he has on right now. He couldn't have bought it today. Gah! You're thinking of the shipment orders? Well, I'm glad I figured that out. Though it looks like Sauce already had it figured out, too. Order. I will have order. The hint that Link gave me was the biggest one, for sure. I probably should have thought about that sooner. Why, the defense is absolutely correct. Hope the witness has a good explanation for this. You're playing it at the same time, Sauce? That's funny. There! I think we finally got him. There's no way he can weasel out this time. Never got to see that pic? Yeah, I mean, I only just briefly looked at it at the beginning, too. Oh. Unless someone weaseled out for him. Bah! Isn't it obvious? Naturally, the witness knew he would need to wear his nice clothes for the royal visitation that was scheduled for that day. He brought them to the silo in advance, so that he could quickly change just before the royal visitation's arrival. Oh? Oh! Oh! Yes, of course! I needed to be presentable after all. Can't look like a bum in front of the most important people in the kingdom. Sorry, I was checking something. Wait a minute, this is insane! What kind of kangaroo court is this? The prosecution keeps making excuses up on the spot. Ingo was clearly lying about buying the clothes before the trial. He's definitely trying to hide something. Your Honor, surely you won't accept this blatant perjury. Yeah, the gaslighting is funny. Just the... No? Haha. He wasn't lying. Haha. Here's a cover story. Haha. Accept it, Judge. There can be no other explanation. Oops, sorry. I was just checking something. I forget that it pauses every time I go somewhere else. Hang on. He just buys it? What? However, the fact that the witness didn't simply say it himself and instead made up a lie about buying the clothes is indeed very suspicious. Defense. The prosecution has posed that there is no other possible explanation for this contradiction. What is your opinion on the matter? Can the defense think of an alternative version of events? This is big. I really need to think this through. Oh boy. Ingo is acting really suspicious right now. He's desperately trying to patch up holes in his testimony to conceal his real movements. Why would he be doing that? Ingo is the murderer. Oh, this is so cool. The fucking Skyward Sword music. Yeah, what the prosecutor said, of course. If it's not Malin, Ingo is the only other person who could have done this. I have to assume he did if I want to think Malin is innocent. With that in mind, why would Ingo change out of his work clothes? What happened to make it necessary? They were eaten by a cow? Talon's blood got on them. When Ingo killed Talon, his clothes must have gotten blood on them. He had to change into something else to hide his involvement. But then, wouldn't the Sheikah force have found the clothes in the house? How could they have disappeared? They were thrown in a fire. I only have one heart left, by the way, so I can't fuck it up. Ingo burned his clothes. That's it. This explains everything. This is cool as fuck. I believe I can offer an alternative explanation. Nonsense. Judge, the defense spent far too long sitting in silence just now. They clearly have nothing. I call for a quick ruling. And not only can I explain it, but in fact, the defense formally accuses the witness of the murder. No! It's simple. The reason he had to swap his outfit and why he's been lying about the circumstances ever since is because it got stained with the victim's blood. Preposterous! If there were any discarded bloody clothes nearby, the Sheikah force would have found them, and we would be trying someone else for the murder right now. Why, you are absolutely correct, prosecutor. Naturally, Ingo couldn't have left his bloody clothes lying around. And so he used this to dispose of them. Your Honor, cast your mind to the princess's last testimony. The princess's... a mysterious fire. Surely you jest. You yourself made sure we all knew how meaningless her testimony was. And yet, with this new context in mind, it gains a completely new meaning. An empty bottle of lamp oil, found by a burned-out fire. Ingo used this lamp oil to quickly burn away his stained work clothes. Well, how about it, witness? My scenario explains everything. You killed Talon, then tried to hide it. This is... No! Hold on! What dribble are you spouting here? Me kill Talon? You already know that's impossible. Too busy for murder. Everything you said is wrong. I have no idea what you're on about. I have an alibi for the time of the crime. I just couldn't have done it. There's no way I could have completed those milk shipments, killed Talon, and tried to hide my involvement. The fire was just made for a quick breakfast. There's no mystery here. Stop trying to pin this on poor innocent Ingo. Milk shipments? Yeah. Yeah, he handled a milk bottle shipment. One that was done very poorly, with watered down milk and with the wrong delivery address. Thanks for the hydrate. There we go. Now, I shouldn't have to remind you, Defense, but you yourself were surprised that Ingo was able to complete this shipment in time. Adding even more things for him to do in that time is preposterous. That's right. The great Ingo is efficient at his job, but not that efficient. No, it had to have been him. I'm sure of it. There must be some trick at play here. Some kind of shortcut. I must find it. It's that he watered down the milk for sure. Let's try to get him to talk about the cows. Surely my scenario is more plausible at this point than those panicked attempts to fix your story. What's more plausible isn't for you to decide, Defense. It's the judge that makes the final call. As long as this alibi stands, I can't imagine him siding with you. Yes, all the loose ends have to be tied up before a decision can be made. Witness, please continue. I have an alibi for the time of the crime. I just couldn't have done it. Could you explain what that alibi is again? With pleasure. At the time of the crime, I was busy preparing that day's shipments of milk. That's hard work. I barely had enough time to get them done before the courier came to take them. The shipments were inspected by the Sheikah force as they were leaving the ranch. And as our resident detective has told us, they were found to be fully loaded up with bottles of milk. That's right. The Sheikah force itself has vouched for me. There's no way I could be the culprit. No, I disagree. There has to be a way. There must be. There's no way I could have completed those milk shipments, killed Talon, and tried to hide my involvement. Would it really have taken that long to murder someone and burn some clothes? It would have taken long enough to definitely make the scheme infeasible. Completing these shipments is a rather involved process. You have to milk the cows, clean the bottles, pour the milk into them, put them into crates, and load those onto a wagon. I love working with the cows, but that part takes the longest because you only get a little at a time. So, as Mr. Ingo said, the whole thing really does take a while. Mother and I usually have to work together to get it done in time for the courier's arrival. There you go, Defense. Your own client knows the unshakable truth. Okay, so there's no way he could complete the shipments and also do the killing. In that case, there had to be some way for him to finish the work faster. I just have to find it. The fire was just made for a quick breakfast. There's no mystery here. I know what he did, though. Also, I forgot the accent. So you had enough time to kill... Hang on. Eerie, hello. Welcome on in. How's it going? Let me shout you out. How was stream? How was stream? Oh, James, thanks. Stalker 2? You know, I've been wanting to play those games pretty bad. What on earth is this? This is an Ace Attorney themed ROM hack for Ocarina of Time. We're in court right now for the trial of Talon's murder, and we know just who did it. We're absolving our friend of the crime. An actual ROM hack? Yeah, this runs on a real N64 too if you try it. It's fun. Also, how was Stalker 2? I want to play those games for sure. Was the subtitle always Heart of Chernobyl? Not Chernobyl? Chernobyl? Interesting. Yeah, this is cool as hell. So you had enough time for breakfast, but not enough to kill someone? Yes, of course. The breakfast was cooking while I kept working. Then I just quickly gobbled it up. There's no issue there. Stalker 2 is good so far? Awesome. In fact, yes. I remember it even burned a bit because I wasn't completely paying attention to it. That's why I had to go get that glass of water too, you see. I had to wash it down after. What a convenient little explanation. But for all I know, he actually did cook up a breakfast on a fire of burning, blood-soaked clothes. Ew. That's cool, Eerie. Yeah, I'll have to look into it. I did get those games. Like, I did get the trilogy of the first three. I never started them, though. Whoops. Continue, witness. We don't want to hear about your culinary adventures. Also, hey, is Stalker in the Source engine? I thought I remembered that, right? The first game? I've been doing some janky Source engine stuff myself with Dark Messiah lately. That was funny. Of course, of course. My point is just what I've been telling you this whole time. Stop trying to pin this on poor innocent Ingo. Think it's its own engine? Gotcha, okay. The only people who could have done this were you and Malin. And I know Malin well enough to know she couldn't be the culprit. That leaves you as the perpetrator. Yes, yes, by now we all know how much you value your friend. Let me remind you, though, that feelings don't matter at all here. Either show us solid evidence that puts Ingo's alibi into question, or concede defeat. Sorry about the ads, by the way. Can't do anything about them. See you in a bit. Is there any way he could have done the work faster? Not sure. It would be nice if there was, though. I could sleep in a little bit longer every day. Yeah, you'd think he would have shared it with you if he knew of one. So what shortcut did you use, Ingo? Jack finally shows a hole in this one, if only. Raiders, we were talking with the Jack-in-the-Box mascot and how they need to sexualize him more. Do you agree? Although you're probably stuck on ads right now. I'm sorry. Yeah? Nice. Thanks for following, Clock Tower Collective. Welcome on in. Alright. The milk was watered down. Nah, but did you, though? Did you really complete those shipments properly? You have a super important question? Shoot. I'm putting it off just a little bit to give people who are watching ads that they'll get to see more if we take it slower. Would it be Prosecutor Dwarf or Prosecudorf? I don't know. Give them a few minutes. Okay, okay. Just a little bit. Hope you guys are all enjoying this like I am. It's not a super complicated case, but it's fun. Well, I think it's good. And just the thing is that it's very like straightforward, I guess. Like, you know where it's gonna go because of Zelda. Oh, random new development. Apparently there's a 60-day ceasefire for Gaza right now. That's good, but they deserve better. Sorry to randomly turn the topic to that. I just saw that in my phone notifications. I wish they'd have to stop permanently. Wish they did that months ago. But any lightening of that situation is better. Having a double nostalgia journey watching this, awesome. Yeah, it's been fun, huh? Man. Yeah, I'm curious. They could do a twist ending. It's modeled after a first case in Phoenix Wright and sticks pretty closely to that. That's very true. It makes me wish that there were more to it, you know? Like spicier cases. Well, welcome back from the ads, folks. So, let's get going. Defense, I shouldn't have to remind you that the Sheikah force checked the boxes thoroughly. They were definitely full of milk bottles. No, I'm sure it looked that way. What are you getting at, Defense? Here you go, Your Honor. Huh? Milk for me? Are you trying to bribe the judge now? I didn't think you'd stoop so low. The Crown will be informed of this. No, it's nothing like that. All I'm asking is that His Honor try tasting the milk. Just one little sip. This is highly irregular. But to be honest, I could use a drink. All this talking does make one's throat dry, you know. You've probably talked the least out of everyone here, though. Since the defense insists, I'll go ahead and take a sip. Is this what passes for milk these days? This almost tastes like water. Milk gotta be room temp now. It's room temp water with like 10% milk. Dairy's bad for vocal performance. Water? I have to agree. This is definitely not standard milk. As we've heard from the princess and the detective, Lon Lon Ranch is renowned for the quality of its products. But there's no way people would say that about milk this lousy. Bah, whatever. As if the unwashed masses would know the difference between quality and garbage. Where are you going with this, Defense? It's simple, you see. I received this bottle from Detective Impa, still unopened during the first recess. As we know, there were no milk shipments today, so this must have come from one of Ingo's shipments from yesterday. It's true that Ingo couldn't have murdered Talon and also completed the shipments on his own. Unless he cheated. Ingo watered down the milk to get the shipments done in time. Order! Order! Yes, I suppose that would work. Indeed. All he had to do was milk fewer of the cows. To save enough time without ruining the taste too much, I guess he used about a 50-50 split of water and milk. This is... No! Talon... Let me stop you right there. I will concede that something odd happened to that shipment. But all you have proven is that Ingo is a slacker. How dare you? Be quiet, you mongrel. Sure, Ingo watered down the milk. That doesn't make him a killer, though, does it? Well, no. But now we do know that he definitely could have done it. We know he did go to the crime scene. And we know he did have the time and opportunity to kill Talon as well. Yet there's a vital element missing still. Let me put it in simple terms so even an idiot like you can understand. We already have the evidence to... Whoa! Oh shit. Oh, he's going somewhere else with this first. You lack the murder weapon. If Ingo was the murderer, then it couldn't have been the saw. Oh shit, okay. I've never seen this mechanic before. And why is that? It's simple. If the girl's story about working on the fence is true, then she was using the saw while her father was being murdered. It couldn't have been in two places at the same time. Do I agree with this? Yeah. I believe we're in complete agreement on this point. You do realize the problems that creates for you, right? I'm sure it can all be explained. Ah, as if. But very well, then let's move on to why nothing else could have been the murder weapon either. Where would the supposed other murder weapon even come from? Thanks, Zume Wolf.
Hey.
Couldn't he have used any old thing? Either answer the question, defense, or this discussion is over. No need to overthink this. Anywhere Ingo could have gotten a weapon from will do. We'll worry about the exact details later. Let's check the shipment, the inventory. It could have been many of these, probably. Could have been any of these, maybe, right? Have you forgotten this murder happened on a ranch? There are plenty of sharp things on site. Oh, that's simply impossible. We checked all sharp objects on the ranch and searched everywhere. Everyone, sorry. No fresh blood was found anywhere else. Couldn't Dingo have just wiped it off? Blood leaves traces. It's not that easy to get rid of. People like us aren't so sensitive, but other beings like the Zoras can easily tell by smell. Naturally, the Sheikah Force employs people for just this task. Also, as Lon Lon Ranch focuses on selling horses and milk, the animals there aren't regularly butchered. So there's no good reason why any of the tools would have fresh blood on them. Any such implement would have stood out like a sore thumb. Well, I guess that is a good point. May have to rethink this. Couldn't Dingo have just disposed of it? Ah, that's impossible. You see, no items on the ranch's inventory list were missing. That list is indisputable. You sure about that, buddy? I mean, you know who did that inventory, right? How can you be so sure the inventory is accurate? Bah, use your head. There was a royal visitation scheduled for that day. The ranch owner needed everything to be in order. He would have double, even triple checked that list when he wrote it. I suppose he would have, but... It's wrong. The inventory list itself is false. Oh, fascinating. What exactly makes you question the veracity of this document? That would be something about the inventory itself. It's simple. You only need a brief look at the inventory to see it can't be trusted. Ho ho. You can't just go around making such general statements, Defense. Point out what exactly about the inventory makes it suspect. The cursor! That's so cool. Ingo. Just look here. The one who compiled the list was Ingo himself. He could have easily falsified the counts as part of his plan. That doesn't matter. Nothing could have left the ranch. Wouldn't Ingo have been able to just throw the item out over the fence? Bah! Obviously, we searched the perimeter of the ranch as well. Nothing was found anywhere. The most important point. Has nothing really been able to leave? Something did leave. Are you really sure nothing left the ranch? What about a few little shipments of milk? Preposterous. Have you forgotten that said shipments have been checked by the Sheikah force before they were allowed to leave? That's true, but there was a place the Sheikah could have overlooked. What in Din's name are you babbling about? We're talking about bog standard crates here, boy. Not exactly vast dungeons full of nooks and crannies to stuff things into, are they? Where could they have missed a murder weapon? It's simple. They overlooked. Gotta make sure we don't fuck this up. I'm thinking it's the bottles. He made sure it didn't get sent out anywhere. Hang on. I'm going to... Sorry, I'm sorry. I gotta save a state just to be safe. But I think we don't need to. There's one place inside the crate that the Sheikah couldn't have checked thoroughly without ruining the shipments. Without ruining the shipments? That's right! Ingo put the murder weapon inside one of the bottles to conceal it from the search. That does seem plausible. Now wait just a moment. A weapon in a milk bottle wouldn't just go unnoticed. Someone would have reported it. How can you be so sure? Do you even know how much milk an average milk bar uses each day? All those shipments have most certainly been completely used up by now. Someone drinking from that bottle would have found it for sure. Choked on it even if they took too large a swig. It would be a huge scandal. Well, he's right about that, but he's missing some vital information. You'd be correct that a weapon showing up in someone's milkshake would cause quite a stir. If the milk ever actually made it to any milk bar, that is. You see, I overheard a very interesting tale during the recess. Word was sent from the ranch not long ago that one of the shipments was being returned unopened due to being misaddressed. No! Indeed. If you recall, Ingo was the one who handled all of that. Now that's strange. The ranch supplies the same milk bars every day. Even if he had messed up the street address a little, the couriers would have known where the shipment was meant to go. How could he have bungled it that badly? It's almost as if he didn't want anyone receiving a bottle of milk with a murder weapon in it. I bet Ingo expected this box to stay in shipping limbo a while longer. How unfortunate for him that the postal service was on its game today. Maybe because they were worried it'd start to smell. I believe this calls for us to investigate these boxes of milk more closely. Soldiers, have these boxes retrieved from the ranch immediately. Yes, we healed up. This is slander. Why would I kill Talon? Sure, he's a bit of a layabout, but he did give me a job. It's a parody of Ace Attorney? Yeah. It's a nice tribute to it. Why would I want him dead? The motive. That's simple. Well, I'm surprised you're even asking about it. Huh? This evidence easily explains your motive. The very inheritance document you brought to the court's attention states the following. In case of the testator's death, his daughter, Malin of Lon Lon Ranch, will inherit the ranch, unless she is unable to oversee it, in which case it shall be divided between the crown and the remaining employees. Ah. What? You not only killed Talon, but decided to frame Malin for the crime as well, so you would be the one to inherit part of the ranch. That's why you volunteered to work in the silo all day. It gave you an alibi so that Malin would be the only possible culprit. Of course you knew about the royal visitation in advance. You knew Malin would go back to the ranch house to prepare before they arrived. Perfect setup for the royals to find her next to the body. No, no, no! Makes sense to mention. What are you talking about? Talon signing the ranch over to me? Preposterous. Did he really not know? I guess it was Dragmire who procured the actual document, not him. Your Honor. What is it, soldier? The box you requested is here. Already? That was quite fast. Apparently the team at the ranch had already noticed something arrive with it on their own. The box arrived just as we were about to rush out a courier to deliver our message. Well, well, well. Let's see for ourselves then, shall we? The part of the shipment that proves my case is... Whoa. What's this? Here it is! From the bottle with a slight red tint to the milk. Looks like some kind of serrated knife. That explains the irregular wound pretty nicely. How could those Sheikah idiots have missed this? I'm sure the milk was pure white when they first checked it. Took a whole day for the blood to dissolve in it. Either way, no matter how you slice it, this proves my theory right. Yeah. No, I've had it. Fine, fine. You want to know why? You want to know why I really killed that scumbag? No, no, what are you... No, so you admit it? Yes, yes, I admit it. What would you do if one day, after years of backbreaking labor, despite putting your all into the ranch, you were thrown away like rubbish, without any reason, fired? Farewell, we don't need you anymore. What? But that doesn't make any sense. Oh, don't lie, I heard it all. I was just returning back from another day of spine-wrenching work, and lo and behold, what's this? Malin and Talon are talking behind my back. I heard it all. We'll let him go after the visitation. We can handle things without him. And so, after volunteering to work on that shipment, I quietly slipped out while the girl was busy and shanked the good-for-nothing slacker. You should have seen his face. He didn't expect it at all. So yes, Malin, I killed that lazy bum you call a father. And he deserved it. Order! The witness will cease his boasting over such a terrible deed. I think we've heard enough. Soldiers, take him away. Wait just a moment. Ingo. Yes, girl. Want to apologize for what you've done? Apologize? Me? You're horrible. We weren't planning to fire you at all. You completely misunderstood what we were saying. What? We've had so much work recently. Well, you know how it goes with the royal visits. Always a busy time. Gotta make sure everything's in tip-top shape. I do worry somewhat about old Ingo, though. He's been complaining about his back recently. Do wish he'd take a step back and relax sometime. Maybe we should convince him to take a vacation? Now there's an idea. It'd do him good to just get out for a while. I'll discuss it with him after the visitation. After things calm down, we can handle everything without him. Please. Unfortunate. That's... You were planning... What? Killing someone over a misunderstanding? Yeah, well... Maybe he could have waited till a bit later. But I guess it would have created some time crunch. He probably should have just yelled at them right then. Heck of a whoopsie. Telenovela level misunderstandings. Incredible. A vacation for me? And I did... No! No, it can't be so! Please say it isn't so! Cock! Please! The big cock at the end. Awesome. What a cartoony crash out for someone who just killed a man over a misunderstanding. What we have witnessed today, the results of a truly horrifying misunderstanding. But misunderstanding or not, what you have done is unforgivable. Talon was a kind man, beloved by all who had the good fortune to cross his path. His loss will be felt not only at his ranch, but all across Hyrule. The killer turned out to be an utterly pathetic man with delusions of grandeur. I mean, look at him. An utter idiot dressed like a clown. You're so mean. His face. Oh, the single tear. Jeez, he's really laying into him. I bet he's just upset because he lost. The prosecution's rant aside, I think it is time to declare today's verdict. This is just a formality, but will the defendant please step up to the stand? Young miss, I'm very sorry for the situation you have found yourself in. I am very glad you appear to have such a good attorney as a friend. I wouldn't have chosen anyone else. Aw, thanks. Now then, without further ado, in the name of Goddess Hylia and the sacred land of Hyrule, I hereby find Malin of Lon Lon Ranch not guilty. Aw, so cute. Court is adjourned. Sometimes you just commit a little murder over workplace disputes. It happens. March 17th, 12:32 p.m. Hyrule Grand Court, Defendant Lobby number 3. We did it! I suppose so. Yeah, Gizmo, the Cuckoos are ruthless. I guess Inigo's outburst kind of soured the mood, huh? Link, her father died and Ingo was probably like family to her too. No wonder she'd be pretty fucked up. Now she's all alone. I don't think I can ever forgive Mr. Ingo for what he's done. Transfer pack support? I don't know. Why are they making a part 2 that relies on save data? I'd imagine they would just do separate ROM hacks, right? don't think I can ever forgive Mr. Ingo for what he's done. That's fair enough, honestly. It's for an extra? Well, I haven't played Ocarina of Time on this emulator yet, so unfortunately probably not gonna happen. Really though, you shouldn't think about that for now. You're free, it's time to celebrate. I guess you're right. Excellent work. I knew you'd pull through. Oh, thanks. I couldn't have done it without you, really, so thank you. Now, that's not quite right. If you want to thank someone, I'm not the one who deserves it the most. Zelda. Oh, she's here again? Your Highness? I thought you were going back to Hyrule Castle. What strings did Impa have to pull to get her here? A specific Game Boy Color Zelda game can interface with Hero of Law? How the fuck? I'm curious now. But I realized I should apologize for what I did personally. It's an honor. There's no need to bow. Not after what I've done. Really, if not for my status, I would have probably been carted off to prison alongside that angry little man. Perjury's, pretty serious, so that's probably not entirely wrong. And yet they said the law is equal. As usual, you don't give yourself enough credit, Your Highness. How can you say that, Detective? I almost condemned an innocent person to prison. Yes, there are some things you should think twice about doing in the future. But it's all thanks to you that the young lady over there finally went free. Huh? Come on, attorney. Show Her Highness what I'm talking about. Yeah, the oil, right? I do love the post-trial opportunity to make people happy in Ace Attorney. Although I fuck them up more often than not. The bottle. Well, it's true. Without this, and without knowing about the fire, they wouldn't have had any proof to substantiate our claims. And really, your obviously false testimony helped us a lot. Ouch! Impa just stepped on my foot. Well, there you have it. In any case, I'm sure Miss Malin isn't too upset. Well, sure. 10, Hut. We have orders to escort the princess back to the castle immediately. What's the name of this game? Hero of Law. Just in time. Farewell, Your Highness. And so they left. Now then, listen to me. I know that I am perhaps being too lenient on the princess, but tough times are ahead. The name of the gay? Yeah, that's me. Hi, I'm brave. I'm gay. The princess will need all the confidence she can get to lead the kingdom through them. She needs to learn to take responsibility for her actions too, though. And she will. Huh? Her Highness is in for a rather unpleasant afternoon today, I imagine. The urgency with which she has just been escorted out of here isn't coincidental. What, is the king gonna scold her? At the very least. Now then, my duties call, unfortunately, so I must be off. Again, you did well today, both of you. I trust that I'll be able to rely on you in future court proceedings as well. I'll try my best. That's all I ask. That unpleasant prosecutor seems to be making his way over here, so I'll be excusing myself post-haste. Farewell. Uh-oh. You. Hello. Nice day we're having, isn't it? Tell me, now, where did that blasted detective go? To have my reputation tarnished this way by some novice attorney from the boonies. Dramatic much? He looks about ready to burst from anger. Hey, Reyes. See that gauge in the corner? I would love some help with that, if you're cool with it. No pressure for now. I'm gonna be under some pressure soonish, but it's okay. Don't be such a sore loser. You lost. Deal with it. Yeah, we got the right verdict. Doesn't that make you even a little bit glad? Yes. I suppose there is some worth in that. What transpired is most unfortunate. I can only offer my condolences. Just remember that it was the meddling of that idiotic princess and the stupidity of that blasted detective that led to your arrest. So if you have any grievances, take it up with them. He's kind of right, though. He's actually, like, kind of true here. I suppose there is some truth to what he's saying. Speaking of the detective, it appears she's fled from me like a cuckoo on fire. Mark my words, she'll regret what she's done for generations. Well, that sure was something. Ganondorf did nothing wrong. Oh, he probably killed Zelda. On Fraud Watch, please. Anti-authority based. Well, he does kind of just want to have his own authority, sadly. But you know, it sounds good in that one moment. Is Zelda dead? There were two Zeldas. They were sisters, and the older one died. She got killed. The younger one was here, and was being very irresponsible. Oh, that sure was something. I don't know if he was being sincere or just wanted to shift blame onto someone else. I wouldn't say he's entirely blameless. Never mind that. Do you think you'll be alright running the ranch by yourself? The enemy of my enemy is my friend for at least 2 dialogue boxes? So true. Of course I'll come visit, but I have my attorney duties too. I'll get in touch with the castle, see if they can spare some men to work at the ranch. As my father may have seemed, he really did prepare me to take over one day, and he's taught me well. I'll make sure the animals are well cared for, just as I always have. There were 2 Zeldas. I mean, you know, if you're self-aware of this prophecy and you know how the world works, I would be naming every daughter Zelda too. Not Zelda 2, The Adventure of Link, but you get it. That's the spirit. I believe in you. I really want to thank you for bringing the truth to light. If it wasn't for you, I don't even want to think about what could have happened. Don't mention it. I'm just glad everything worked out in the end. And so ended a very personal case for me. It felt like a weight had been lifted off my back. Malin continued working at the ranch, helping make it prosper even beyond what her father was able to accomplish. I didn't really think much about it, but the days following are some of the happiest I'd lived for a long time. Little did I know that a terrible tragedy would soon shock the entire kingdom, and I'd find myself smack dab in the middle of it. But that's a legend for another day. I would love to see more chapters of this. But I don't think they will be doing that. I don't think they plan to. I think it's a one-off thing. That did take longer than I expected it to, but reading and, you know, being here for you guys makes sense. Do they plan on doing more? I don't think I saw any implication of that. In fact, I'm convinced it was a one-off side project as a break from their Mario stuff. But I kind of loved it though. Like, I want them to do more. Having Zelda with a little bit more world building is very nice because we don't often get very good world building. Breath of the Wild had some cool stuff. And then Tears of the Kingdom shat all over it, over and over and over and over. Yeah, the transfer pack content, I'm curious about that. The little guy. Anuki? Is that what they are? I forgot what game you said they were from. Incredible project with lots of potential. Yeah, totally. DS games? Oh, right. Sorry, Ingo. You probably shouldn't have killed a guy. Who's your cellmate? He looks like a new model. I haven't seen him before. Tears of the Kingdom did what? Writing bad. Yeah, Robin, it's so nice. He's playing the music. How cute. Looks like the Running Man or the Happy Mask Salesman? No. Nah, that hair color is not something... Like, maybe a weird retooled version of the Running Man? Maybe. Ukubo gets lost in the woods? Oh, I'm not sure. Hey, Neon Striver. I'm glad to see ya. Well, thank you for saying hi. Hope you've been enjoying. Oh, this is so cute! Her house in Kakariko being turned into like a full-on detective. With a full-on detective office and a big window. That's so charming. She has a kitty! She has a cat. They put a cat in Ocarina of Time. I am so delighted. Aww. They're at his grave? Why are there mushrooms, though? Shout out to cats, of course. And me for playing. Wow. I'm so thanked. I'm so special and thanked. The end. Cool. Do you remember what Talon looks like? Super Mario! Okay, I get it. Scene select is now unlocked. Extra 1 is now unlocked. Extra 1? What about the other extras? Meanwhile, somewhere else. Super Talon game! Ah, I died immediately! You love my burp, Sona? Thank you. And yeah, purple's awesome. The run cycle looks familiar. Oh, he just runs like that in Ocarina of Time. Oh, the physics are a little bit fucked. Fucking Mario Wonder music. -1 lives because he's fucking dead. Oh, I'm in love with this. Whoa. Oh, that's lovely. Whoops. Oop. Is this the afterlife? We can only hope. No, I made it so far. We have to clear this level. Thanks for the Prime sub, Neon Striver. Should I just call you Neon? I appreciate it a ton. The support means a lot. Fuck. The support means a lot. No fucks involved. Thank you. Sleep well, Blake. Thanks for tuning in. Okay, these edges are bothering me. This confirms Talon went to hell. Quit throwing this poor guy into the pit. I'm sorry. Neon's fine? Gotcha. I wanted to be cool and technical, but the edges are harsh. Okay. We're doing this, though. The talent Sisyphean punishment? That doesn't help me with edging. You're running on fumes. I getcha. Oops. Huh? Mushroom! Yummy. Course clear. Wow, I really needed one of those. Thanks. In return, I'll tell you about a secret I've heard. Supposedly, there's a game with a giant egg in which you can become a criminal. In a pair of games with climate change and time travel. They say that extras can be unlocked by connecting them on a title screen using a certain accessory. Now, I don't know what that means, but I'm sure you can figure it out. See ya. Okay, I'm gonna guess right away. Can you play as fucking Talon in all three Game Boy Zelda games by connecting that? That would be really silly. Also, extra one, what, that means that there's more than one extra? Oh, I gotta, like, figure that out sometime. Regardless, that was really fun. The music is so good, I want to keep it playing for a second. Now, okay, so I was planning on maybe playing something else after this, but this did take longer than I expected. And I'm hungry. I'm hungry, I can't lie. Whole other case as an extra, you're lying. No, nuh-uh, nuh-uh, nuh-uh. How do you unlock it if so? You're playing it right now? Okay, how about you be helpful then? Sorry. Sorry, I'm lashing out. I'm not me when I'm hungry. What if Snickers wouldn't fucking help? Why did they make that a Snickers ad? You'd think that would be like a tagline for real food. Determined by the health you have at the end of the initial case. I had 5 hearts though. I had 5 hearts because I refilled. You're not telling me I have to actually replay the entire thing just to get that extra, right? I don't understand. Hang on. Let's do some Googling. Hero of Law Extra 2. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to find shit about this. Maybe just don't take any damage instead. Ugh. That's not like a fun thing to do, though. It's just skipping through everything and then picking the right option when it comes up. That's not like gameplay. I don't know why you would do that. Just make it so I get through or I don't. Hang on. Hero of Law release trailer. Maybe I can find people talking about it here in the YouTube comments. Let's see. Let's see. I'm going to scroll down a bunch, unlock a bunch of these comments. I love that every website just does endless scrolling now. It actually is slightly useful for this. The extras, extra. Okay, cool. Those don't actually help me at all. Where can I find people talking about this? Maybe Blue Sky helps? Hero of Law. Search. I'm trying to figure out how this works. If anyone can find any info on how to unlock the extras, please let me know. Like, do we want to just try and run through with no hits taken? Game just came out. Yeah, it came out on Sunday. So it's been 2 days. Gotta pay ransom money to the dev. Well, Sauce unlocked it somehow. Maybe it picked some, like, secret line of logic and did some silly thing in one scene somewhere. The scene select feels like it's on purpose, right? Like, there's a reason why I can pick a specific part of the game to return to. And I think it's because of that, you know? There must be some, like, extra option to pick somewhere that leads to extra 2. Alternative path to the case, maybe something like that. I'm curious. It's not like a whole new case though. There's no way. I don't buy it. I love that argument thing. It's so cool. It's so cool. Oh, hang on. Sauce, did you do the transfer pack thing? Because apparently that's what you need to do to get the extra case. Because this comment, I'm finding a comment that says, there is more already. Finishing the extra you unlock after the credits gives some extra info. You're playing the virtual console version? Damn. Okay, so what do I do then? I don't think I have access to anything like that here. I might just need to maybe give up on it. Shit. You'd think there'd be like, maybe there's like a secret button combo you could press if you can't link it. It's a cute idea to have to link it to another game, but like, dude, I don't have the money for real hardware. Try the Konami code. Up, up, down, down. Left, right. B, A, start. That just made me go to continue. And that just pulls up the credits. Yeah, okay, that doesn't help. That's cool. Can I reset this? Let's try to reset it. Okay. Up, up, down, down, left, right, B, A, start. No. If you're playing with an official Nintendo 64 controller, please hold it like... There's like a cute little image. Try writing... No. I'm just pressing the Konami code in random parts. That wouldn't make much sense though, would it? Nah. Sadly, I do not have the means to unlock the bonus. What platform are you playing it on? Oh, I want to know the bonus thing. Yeah. Sorry, I'm just like... I crave it. Link's Awakening, the Oracle games are needed for the extras. But I want to know, like, the thing. Have you considered Blood Sacrifice? Maybe. I'm tempted. Hmm. Let's see, let's see, let's see. I just want to see. I can't get the transfer pack to work on emulator. Let's see. You can also press Z and the D-pad left on the title screen to trigger the game to recheck for the pack. But like, what if I just want to bypass it? Your best option might be to quickly replay the Wii Virtual Console version on Dolphin? No. There's a substantial amount, so it's worth doing. Why didn't you just code in a bypass? Hang on. Couldn't you just... Yeah, it looks like we have no way to access it right now. Damn. Unless I could... Hang on. I'm gonna try one more thing. Is there anything... Ugh, I have to do my least favorite thing, guys. RetroArch menuing. I hate the menus for this thing so much. I hate it so, so much. Uh, but why is it... What are these button mappings? No, no, just stop it. Please stop. I'm just gonna use my mouse. Have you considered murdering a farmer? Maybe. It's tempting now. Okay. There's a bunch of controller settings, but I bet I can't put in an extra pack on this. Why should I be able to? Why would they let me? It's not like RetroArch would want to have features in a place that would logically make sense for them to be in. I hate this program. You'll give my blood to see if that helps. Don't give your blood. Don't give your blood. It's okay. We might have to give up on seeing this. Player 1 pack, memory pack, rumble pack, none. I can't do a transfer pack. Unless there's some other way. Don't give blood money, however. It would mean a lot to me. I'm actually getting kind of stressed about the deadline. I'm gonna have to start pushing for this a little bit harder because I really want to make sure that I can get through okay. But, you know, I didn't want to push it today. Let's see. What an insane thing to put a significant chunk of content behind linking your real life Nintendo 64 to a real life copy of a Game Boy Color game. Hey Eli, what's up? RetroArch N64 transfer pack. Quick menu options, player 1 pack transfer. Yeah, except I can't. Except I can't. I cannot. I cannot. I cannot. I really wish I could, but I cannot. It just doesn't show up. It just doesn't show up. It just doesn't show up. Hang on. I have a fallback idea. Quick menu. Wait, no, this is the fallback. Fuck. X input controller disconnected from port 1. That doesn't make any sense. It's still working. Oh, it closed the game. Maybe I can load a different core? Oh, Hey, LeCount, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I need to put the... Yeah, I can handle the ROM when I get to it. I just need to be able to turn on the transfer pack. But, hey, LeCount, the $10 means so much to me. I appreciate it. Mupen 64 Plus next. Download. It's installed. Load core. Load that one. Load the content. Where the fuck is the content? Right, it's in documents, I think. Users, me, documents, because I've done so much. Fuck. Fuck. Here we go. I think I can figure this out. Okay. Retro games. OOT, Hero of Law. Boot it up in this core, please. We can do this. Maybe. Actually, we very much might not be able to do this. It changed the screen setting. Oh no, there it is. Okay. Alright, our save's still there. F1. Core options. Player 1 pack. Why is transfer not there? RetroArch. Transfer pack not showing. But it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be a thing that works. It's a different core. But the core wasn't listed as an option here. I might need to give up. I might need to give up. Hey, Lenori. How's it going? I am struggling, but I appreciate it's funny to try and make things work. Okay. How do I close the game so I can go back to the thing that I wanted to do? Close content. Load core. Download a core. That is not the right core. Why is there only one other core left? Either ROM files in a specific folder? No, I don't think so. That would be stupid. Why not just have me navigate to where the thing is? Also, this core doesn't tell me what build it is. It doesn't give me any information about that. Core info. Core name. Okay. Let me see. Let me see. I need to load a save this way. Load in 64 transfer pack. We'd have to boot up and make a save file for one of those games. Hang on. Zelda Link's Awakening save file. Perfect. 100% save file for Link's Awakening and Link's Awakening DX. Let me download it. Okay. Cool. Okay, these are .save files. So maybe I'm just gonna drop this save file here. Let's get back to the game, or the emulator. Sorry, I'm trying to really quickly throw this shit together. Believe me, I am earnestly trying my best. Okay, load core, load content. I have to manually go there again. Solving. Did I mention that I really hate RetroArch? It's a terrible front end that's made... It's just made with hatred. It's made with hatred and unwillingness to improve. Not enough. Yeah, it's the worst. Hey, it's Sume Wolf. Again, what's up? Also, sorry about the ads. Shit. No. If I have to end stream right after ads hit because I can't get this working, I will explode. I will feel terrible. 4 options, maybe. 4 options or settings. I have a settings menu. I don't even have a settings menu. Okay. Transfer pack doesn't work there. Doesn't work there. That's not a thing I can do. Why is this still parallel options? This isn't what I... This is not the core we're using. We're using the other core. Why is that even a thing? Hey, save it as... Or save is... Are saved to the cartridge, right? So if I like... Is the ROM... Does the ROM carry the save? Could I boot this up in a different emulator and try from there? Hang on. Let me boot up a different emulator right now. Luckily I have a second one on standby. Open ROM. Retro games, OOT, Hero of Law. Did it save it? We'll see. Otherwise, this might be hell. Saves are stored. Yeah, but it depends on the system. Depends on the way that games are saved. But probably you're right. Why is the emulator just stuck on a black screen? I didn't even get that far. What the hell? I mean, like, it did the opening, like, stuff, and now it's just nothing? Oh, there it is. It's so loud, I'm sorry. And true enough, hang on. Sorry. Jesus Christ. Plugins. What if I just want your audio to be not dog shit? Where are the settings for audio? I hate emulators. There it is. Why are there 2 separate? Oh, okay, I'm just gonna... That should work. That should work. That's normal. Where's your save location? Where do you store the save data for this? Do you have... Would you be so kind as to tell me where you put them? Where do you put them? I probably have to go to app data or some shit. Dun, 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 da, da. Okay, let me just go check that. App data. Let's try this one, maybe. Not there. Not here. What even is that? Oh. Roaming? Roaming's where most stuff goes. It's not fucking there. Maybe in the cores folder for each core. I don't even know where RetroArch is in my computer. Parallel just did this shit. Hang on, it's probably in the Parallel launcher then. Or Parallel related shit. Open file location. That's the shortcut! Why would I search for the shortcuts location? I hate everything. Open. Data directories. Open save file directory. Hero of Law. Found it. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm going insane. It's fine. Now I just need to find where the new emulator keeps its save data. Grr, 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 grr. EmuHawk save directory. Take the jacket off as you wish. You know, it actually stayed on most of tonight. Thanks for the hydrate. I'm going insane. Ooh, so's the emulator. The emulator's going insane too. Closing it for now. Jesus Christ. I'm losing my mind just a little bit, but it's fine. It's fine. We're fine. It's fine. It's fine. We're fine. Am I naked? Oh, this happens. People take off my jacket and then, you know, I take off my jacket. Save RAM. That should be it, right? Is save RAM or save state? No, right? Wait. These don't look like saves, or at least not the saves that I know of. Open ROM and flush save RAM. Maybe I'll try that. Hang on. Believe me, I'm trying to do everything I can here. I'm doing all I can. Flush save. Does that mean it should be here somewhere? Okay, pause. I don't want to deal with the emulator being loud at me right now, considering how bad it sounds all the time. Let's see. Hero of Law, Hero of Law, Hero of Law, Hero of Law, Hero of Law. What if I put it here? Let me make a copy, because I don't trust this emulator to do what I want it to do. Just change it to .save RAM, maybe. .save RAM. File might become unusable. I don't care. I have to delete the other one though. Delete. Delete. Does the emulator not have an option to import save data? I don't think so. I probably should have looked more carefully. My bad. But also, like, emulators are sucky sometimes. Multi-disc bundler, external tool, none. Cheat code converter, virtual pad, basic bot, macro tool, trace logger, hex editor, task studio, Lua console, toolbox, nothing, just for fucking importing save data. Which you'd think would be like a basic, really cool feature to have. Let me close it. Let me reopen it. Now that I put the new data in, theoretically, there should be something. Okay. Deleted everything except for the save room that's already there. Let's open it. If this doesn't work, I may burst into flames. Just so you know. Sorry for spending so much time trying to get this to work. Let's see. Let's see. All right, it takes a while to load from this screen. So the moment of truth is going to take its sweet time getting to us, huh? Wait, I'm thinking too far ahead. There's not even, I didn't even see if there's a way to do a transfer pack here. Oh, there is one. Okay, good. Core reboot needed for this setting. Okay. I rebooted the core. Right, so there's the transfer pack, but how the fuck do I decide what gets put in it? BizHawk, please. Hawks should be better. Your icon's a cute hawk in a suit. Because business hawk. I feel like you should be better at your business, hawk. Let's see. Accessing the transfer pack. It didn't do the save data thing though. It should have been easy. It should have been easy. Mystic, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the $60 donation. You're so sweet. All the pain is now fine, thanks to you. You're so kind. I'm really sorry for spending so much dead air here. Or spending so much time doing nothing, but I just don't. Import N64 save, please. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We might have to give up. We may just have to give up. Hell, maybe there's gonna be video footage of the Hero of Law extra. Full game plus all bonus content, no commentary? We could have just watched this. Okay, fuck it. Die. We're watching it this time. We can just watch it. Thank you so much, Into Existence. Sorry for the Joker arc. Sorry for the Joker arc. Let's do it. Let's go check it out. So, extra 2. Oh, there's extras for like every one of these games. Ingo's Casino. You have a widescreen hack on? That's funny. Cute. Ingo's Casino. Hang on. I'll take it down a notch. Because he's Luigi! So you get to have this silly thing. What? How do you know which suit is... what's which? I mean, I would assume Zelda and Link are worth a lot. Whoa! Full house. I know it's poker, but like how the fuck do you tell who's who? Like, I don't know the values of the cards. Don't give up a pair, man. Yeah, just keep that. You can pause to see the rules. You know things, grand guy? Oh yeah, it does say that right there. My brain doesn't work. Also, it swaps. Funny. How cute. It looks really basic though. It's just this and you just build up rupees. Oh, there's dialogue at the end. For hitting what, 50? Just enjoy someone else playing. Thank you. No, I mean I feel really good now, thanks to the support. Yeah, let's see. Oh, 2 pairs. Oh, Tingle and Zelda are worth more than Ganondorf and rupees? I mean, maybe Zelda's like the highest value card. Oh, you can bet more rupees. Come on. You can bet after you get your starting hand? That feels... Maybe that's how it works, but like... Just a lot. Alright, you're good. I'll tell you another secret then. You know that prosecutor Dragmire? When he's on screen, press on the D-pad. Up, up, down, down. Fucking Konami code was real? Left, right, B. And something should happen. Ah! Oh, they're gonna show it. Okay. They're gonna show it. You knew, Mick? How'd you know? You know things so much. About the song. Oh, you can see info about all the different music? Cute. You didn't know? Oh, you just said yup, so I thought. So then doing this is how you get to Turnabout Thief. So then you get to actually, like, solve the murder of Zelda, maybe? I wonder. Oh god, guys, we have a whole hour. We have a whole hour. No, okay, we got a long way to go. Up, up, down, down, left, right, beat. So that one's just it, though. That's cute. Just the moon head. Turnabout Thief. Alright. This case contains spoilers for The Legend of Zelda: Link's Awakening. Progress through this story will overwrite your progress through the main story. This case works best if Link is a thief and you're The Legend of Zelda: The Link's Awakening save file. This is crazy. Didn't realize the N64 could do actual cape physics. Yeah, very, like, very controlled. But it does happen. Sorry, I put my controller up. June 6th, 2:17 a.m. Courtroom number 7. This secret is absurd. Why do they do all this? And then just, like, not let people play it? Ugh, made it in time, I guess. Still no clue why on earth they called me in here at this ungodly hour. You... Yes, me. I don't like being woken up at 2 a.m. either, believe me. I really hope that old fool has a good explanation for this. Old fool? You mean the judge? Nah, I see you're both already here. Splendid. Liking this video for bailing us out. Hope this wasn't too much of an inconvenience for you. That remains to be seen. What could possibly be so important about this burglary case as to warrant this kind of... urgency, sorry. Case? We're doing a trial? You mean you haven't been told, defense? Oh dear. My apologies. I suppose I did order the soldiers not to tell anyone about what happened. They must have interpreted that bit a little too literally. But that's fine. Secrecy is paramount here. Yes, having an entire entourage of Hylian soldiers arriving at the Gerudo's fortress in the middle of the night was the pinnacle of stealth. No one knows. It's a secret to everybody. It's still loud, sorry. Hang on. Wait a moment, I can't just defend someone off the cuff like this. That'd be incredibly unfair to the defendant. Oh, doubting your skills. As much as I'd like to agree with you, defense, we have no choice in the matter. This trial must happen this very moment. I'm curious. Well, get on with it then, old man. What is this about? Right, yes, of course. Let me start from the beginning. A few hours ago, I was finishing my daily ablutions when a great light appears within my chambers. But it was like nothing I'd ever seen before. The night literally became day before my very eyes. And that wasn't all. People started to come out of the light. I was shaken with fear. One of those people claimed to be the goddess herself, Hylia. What? I know, believe me. I was as flabbergasted as you are. I don't believe him at all. The goddess proceeded to explain that in another world, one of her chosen heroes had been severely punished for committing some terrible deed. She decided that someone else should determine whether this punishment was just or not, to ensure her own biases would not affect the outcome. Oh, please. Our own world was chosen as the best candidate to make this judgment. It's about Link stealing from the shop in Link's Awakening? Okay. Okay. This is a joke, right? There's no way any of that is true. This is insane. Yes, it seems the judge has completely lost his marbles. Clearly his age has finally caught up to him. I will be filing appropriate notices as soon as I can. At the very least, we can both get back to sleep quickly. That is true. Oh, I believe I know of just the way to convince you two. Soldiers, please call it a defendant. Sorry, I'm yawning. Sleepy. I'm not sleepy. I shouldn't be. What the? Defense. Getting up from fainting. Oh, what happened? We don't have time to watch you pass out. Get yourself together. Oh, right. That's what happened. Well, defense, are you convinced now? I guess I can't deny it, can I? That's definitely me. Younger, wilder, perhaps, but sure enough. I guess so. Excellent. In that case, let us formally begin. This court is now in session for the trial of Thief of Koholint Island. Your Honor, you can't just declare him the thief from the get-go. No, of course not. I have his name written down right here. It seems I'm just unable to say it. Fascinating. A curse of sorts? I assume this is the punishment we're to decide is just or not. Just? Just? How could this be just? To be forever called a thief by everyone? Even I can't say my own name anymore. Well, as far as I'm concerned, it seems right to me. After all, everyone's just speaking the truth, are they not? Yeah, the Link's Awakening link is cute. The defense demands the prosecution abstain from claiming unproven statements. I firmly believe my client innocent, of course. Oh, well, about that? I might have actually done it. Oh. Yes, Her Greatness did specify that the defendant's guilt was non-negotiable. We are only here to determine whether the punishment he faced for it was reasonable. Now then, prosecution, please give your opening statement. What? I don't know anything about this case, old man. You only just called us in here, remember? You're the one with all the details, so go on, get to it. Well, I suppose Actually, why don't we just let the victim describe what happened? He should have the most accurate knowledge of the event. This must be some kind of nightmare. Every good lawyer knows you should never defend yourself. Does this count? This is really fun. Whoa! Alright, who are you then? Ah, yeah. Myself, I own the tool shop back on Koholland, I do. The greatest shop in town it is, I tells you. His face is creepy, I don't like his mouth. It's the only shop in town. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Not so close. No touching. You don't know what could happen. The world could implode. I don't think the goddess would allow this whole thing if that were a real possibility. What? So what if it's the only shop? There's no better. In this world or the next. Never seen anyone complaining. Yes, whatever. Now tell us what happened. How did you let yourself get swindled so easily? I'll say it all. Just you watch me. If you put enough links together, do they form a chain? They should make a chain of memories for Zelda. The Great Heist. It was just a normal day. I was tending to my cash register. Then suddenly this kid bursts in. A green blur, I tells you. He grabs the nearest thing and runs behind meself. So I turn around. But he ain't there anymore. So I turn back to the entrance. Ay caramba, he's gone. Nowhere to be seen, I tells you. Can't afford me wares going for free, you know. They're already cheap as possible. Why, I ought it. Well, I suppose you did already pay the ultimate price. What a descriptive testimony. I feel as if I were there. Hold on, there's just one thing I'm confused about. Who was it that set this curse or whatever it is on my client? It was me, of course. I don't know how to do his voice. He's so funny. What kind of shopkeep would I be without somewhat magic? I know how it looks, but the guy can literally shoot deadly energy beams. I would not underestimate him. Right, of course. Without further ado, please proceed with the cross-examination. That would be amazing, Zithiel. If it lets you undo the thief thing, that's very possible. It's just a normal... Right. We'll see what the press says and stuff. Do you get many customers at your store on regular days like this, Witness? Nay, can't say I do. It's a small town, you know. Oh, so James, in Link's Awakening, you can steal from the shopkeep, and it permanently renames you to Thief in all caps. Yeah. So that's what happened, and you're supposed to... Like, now we're defending Thief in court. I think lately the people have been spending their money at that blasted trendy game. Ooh, that four-eyed scoundrel running such an eyesore. Trendy game? It's a crane game that's also in town. 10 rupees per game. It's pretty easy to win. Huh. There's something wrong if people prefer to literally gamble on a crane game than buy from this guy. Please continue, Witness. And suddenly this kid bursts in. A green blur, I tells you. A blur? Are you sure this was definitely my client? I swear on me mum. Couldn't be anyone else. It's a small town, you know. I know everyone there. No one else wears weird green dresses. Hey, this is my finest tunic. I fail to see how this matters in any case. Have you forgotten that your doppelganger's guilt has already been established, Defense? Forgotten? No, but I wish I could. Thief is another Link? Yeah, he's Link from Link's Awakening. So this is like a crossover thing, where these characters got schlorped out of Link's Awakening by the goddess Hylia. Because Link in Link's Awakening stole from this shopkeeper, got renamed a thief because that's what happens when you steal in that game, and then the goddess Hylia is like, hey, is this okay for him to just be named thief forever like this? And so now we're defending him. He grabs the nearest thing and runs behind himself. What is it that was stolen anyway? Why does that matter? He stole something and that's that. No need to be getting into the nitty-gritty. As it happens, Defense, the goddess herself forbade us from talking about it. She called it a technical limitation, whatever that means. What? That's the most important question here. If it was something cheap, surely we can agree this punishment is too severe. It is what it is. I must ask you to drop this line of questioning. It's ridiculous. Yeah, Void, it's a great time. Boy, don't look so glum, chum. Here you go. It's a flyer with all my wares. That should give you an idea of what it might have been. Well, it's something at least. Hylia's the big goddess, you know. She's the one with the most authority. But yeah, Void, we played the whole game. This is an extra side thing that requires linking to Link's Awakening, which I can't do, so we gotta watch it. So I turn around. Why are we pressing on this? Patrons can just freely go behind the counter like that? Nay, of course not. I don't have a counter. What? Customers have to hold their items while I ring them up. But wouldn't the register have to be on a counter or something similar? Well, yeah, I suppose. But it's only big enough for me register, not for any products, too. That's what I meant. I see. You got a problem? Who are you to criticize the interior decor? Best to have as little extra fluff as possible. Keeps the customer's eyes on the wares, you see. Well, I can't deny there is some logic to that. But he ain't there anymore. Aye, actually, that reminds me. I noticed that the wall behind me was starting to get moldy. This stray thought distracted me for just a split second, you see. Is this all a joke? Some kind of skit? Yeah. So I turned back to the entrance. Let me guess. He wasn't there either? As I live, the slimy rope. Ay caramba, he's gone. Nowhere to be seen, I tells you. Your establishment doesn't exactly have the tightest security, does it? But never needed any. Everyone in town trusts everyone else. Everyone was shocked when I told them, I tells you. Shocked. Can't afford me wares going for free, you know. They're already cheap as possible. Why, I oughta. I do have to ask, why did you need to steal from the store exactly? Well, you see, I really needed one of the things in there. Yes, that's what paying is for. I was shipwrecked. I wasn't exactly swimming in rupees. Defense, do you have an actual question for the witness? Then let us move on. Continue, shopkeeper. Well, I suppose he did already pay the ultimate price. What does that mean? Oh, that's right. This guy literally killed me when I went back into the store. What? You know, if you're gonna make up a lie, at least make it believable. It's not a lie, it's true. How are you here then? I don't know. It got undone somehow. One moment I'm getting fried, and then poof. I'm back at the doorstep, and that guy's just smiling at me creepily. Surely death is enough of a punishment for theft. This all sounds very hard to believe, defendant. Well, what did the witness mean by the ultimate price, then? Oh, why, I just meant the curse I set on him, didn't I? Yes, that was it. Perfectly sensible. Is it really? Okay, I'm starting to get goosebumps. But surely that is all there is to it? Well, it's quite the testimony. If you say so. You're the lawyer here, whatever that means. Wait, are you saying there are no lawyers in your world at all? I don't think there are. How weird. Can't imagine how that would even work. Anyway, best to stay on track. I don't have much to work with here, so I should keep pressing for more details. Can we look at it? Bow, shovel, shield, arrow, bomb, heart. Is that bow like 980 rupees? Is that real? That doesn't sound right. They're already cheap as possible. Yeah, 980 rupees for a bow. Those are the actual prices? Good lord. Cheap, you say? That's not quite true now, is it? Whatever do you mean, defense? Your Honor, if you look at the flyer the witness has so graciously provided us with, do any of the items in there seem like a bargain to you? Well, let's see. Goodness gracious! 980 rupees for a simple bow? That's more than I get paid and... Now wait just a bloomin' second. All the villagers be happy with me shop. No one's ever complained, you know. Is that so, witness? Tell me, how many customers do you get each day? That's not important. It's all because of that blasted trendy game. Not me fault folks prefer to play with that stupid crane. I will agree that the prices are a bit inflated. But so what? What do you mean, so what? My other self needed to survive somehow, and the prices were entirely unreasonable. I was shipwrecked. It would have taken me months to get that kind of money. Yes. Given a survival scenario, I suppose this explains the defendant's motive at the very least. Indeed. He didn't just steal out of malice or with profit in mind. It was a life or death situation. A life or death, you say? Tell me, which one of the items listed in that flyer is necessary for survival precisely? Well, for instance... Exactly. Maybe the recovery hearts? 10 rupees is way too much for those. Oh, I agree. That's a terrible deal, given that you can get them by just cutting some grass. Yeah. Oh. Yes. Everything this store carried that... sorry. Everything this store carried, fuck it, that one might need for survival could have easily been obtained elsewhere. My bad. The defendant had no pressing need to steal anything. The prosecution makes a valid point. There's no food or water listed among the wares after all. I wasn't just trying to survive. I was trying to leave the island. Leave the island? Bah! And how would you do that using this set of items, pray tell? Were you planning to paddle off the island with a shovel? No, not directly like that. The island can't be escaped by normal means. I needed them to wake the windfish. What the heck is a windfish? I'm not sure. Right. So you knew it needed to be awakened because an owl told me. Are you trying not to make sense at this point? The owl, hoo. Perhaps I can shed some light on this particular matter. Yay! By Jove, is that a talking owl? Whew. It felt like I was needed, and so I came. James, are you here? Hoot. You would be wise not to scoff at what your counterpart is telling you. So you mean... Hoo. Yes, of course. Everything the brave young lad has said is true. Yeah, the Jove thing, I getcha. He's on a special quest, and Koholint's no regular island at all. If you'll allow me, I can explain everything. Hoo. Oh, thank the goddesses. Finally, someone will actually explain something. What utter nonsense! I object to the presence of this animal in my courtroom. No way am I going to listen to testimony from an owl. No, see, I've accepted everything else happening here, but not this. The defense demands the right to cross-examine the bird. Please. Of all the boneheaded, stupid... Order. Allow me to share my opinion on this matter. Given the situation at hand, I see nothing wrong with allowing a bird to testify, unusual as it may be. Mr. Owl, please tell me all we need to know about the nature of Koholint Island. Hoot. Koholint's very existence, its very essence, Hoot, it is tied to the windfish's slumber. As long as the windfish sleeps, the island cannot be escaped, like a terrible nightmare. The young sword-bearer must thus search for the 8 instruments of the sirens, and play the ballad that will wake the Great One. Hoot! With the instruments all united, the windfish's slumber shall come to an end, and so shall Koholint. That didn't explain anything either. Huh. Just like I said, listening to this bird was a waste of time. Hoot. Perhaps that was not as clear as I'd hoped. Do forgive me. Over-mystifying is a bit of an occupational hazard for our kind. What occupation? Professional owl? James, a professional owl. Please, if you have questions, I will happily answer. Hoot hoot. Well, the witness seems to be all but begging to be cross-examined. Defense, please go right ahead. cross-examination. Hoot. Koholint's very existence, right, is tied to the windfish's slumber. Well, let's start with the Dodongo in the room. What the heck is a windfish? Dodongo? No, young counselor. You must be confused. Hoot. The windfish, the Leviathan, is a huge whale. As far as Koholint is concerned, it has always been. As long as Koholint is, it will always be. Right, a deity whale. I'd bring up the fact that whales are not fish, but at this point, I don't think it really matters. As long as the windfish sleeps, the island cannot be escaped. What would happen if you did try? Why couldn't you just build a raft and try to sail away? Hoot. Truthfully, I do not know. Perhaps, no matter how long you sailed, the island would just never fade from view. The sea would never end like an infinite staircase, until you turned around and found yourself back where you started in no time. Or, perhaps, you would just die. Yikes, that's a possibility? I admit, I thought about trying that a few times. Hoot, there's but one way to escape. The young sword-bearer must thus search for the 8 instruments of the sirens and play the ballad that will wake the Great One. Well, how does one obtain these elusive instruments exactly? Hoot, that is no simple task, to be sure. The instruments of the sirens sleep deep within temples scattered across the land. Fraught with monsters, traps, and other dangers, at the end of each, a formidable, fell foe guarding a peace. Yes, Hoot. To obtain all the instruments of yore is to slay all those who corrupt the island from within. Slaying foes? This sounds like some kind of mass murder spree. You like this guy? Oh, really? No way. No way you would like this guy. Yes, it appears that our worlds may differ from each other, more significantly than I thought. I cannot feel him here. How strange. What in Din's name are you babbling about now, you feathered menace? Feathered menace? Hoot. In our land, since the very beginning of time, an evil influence has permeated all. The King of Evil, the Demon Lord Ganon. From the very dirt of the earth, to even the first thoughts of an infant. If you dig deep enough, if you look closely enough, you will find his malice and hatred. The King of Evil, Ganon? So he noticed too. Could it just be a coincidence? Naturally, when I speak of vanquishing foes, I speak of his creations. Deeply rooted in the most primordial evil, these foul beasts' only goals are for their own survival and for the misery of others. Hoot, no being that has been touched by Hylia's grace would object to their destruction. It is as innate to our nature as breathing. And yet, here is a world without him. Is your world lucky to have been spared, or has ours been particularly unlucky? That I do not know. Perhaps this is even the very reason her grace has chosen this world to send us to. Do you have any idea what this is about? I think I do, actually. Really? I don't think it really matters for what we're talking about, though. Right. Could we get back to the matter at hand, then? Why, Hoot, of course. I was just musing aloud. Hoot, with the instruments all united, the windfish's slumber shall come to an end, and so shall Koholint. Right, and I don't suppose making noise any other way would suffice? You know, just screaming into its ear or something? Of course not, my dear counselor. The windfish's sleep is not natural. A magical slumber like that can only be broken via magical means. Right, but what did you mean by that last part? Will something happen to Koholint when the windfish wakes? Koholint Island is a magical place, born of the windfish's slumber. Once the Leviathan awakens, the magic keeping Koholint in place will dissipate. You mean... Hoot, of course! When the windfish wakes, Koholint will disappear, and nary a sight shall remain. What? Did you know about this? Well, truth be told, I suspected. Ah, clever lad, Hoot. Yes, surely you have noticed. The only shop in town selling nothing but tools and equipment, shopkeepers with magical powers, villages of talking animals. Koholint as a whole is unnatural. It is a place made of dreams and nightmares. The villages of talking animals? I must have missed that part. What about the inhabitants, then? Where will they go when the island disappears? Where indeed? After all we've heard here, I think one thing has been made clear. My client has truly found himself in a life-or-death situation. This testimony fully corroborates that. On top of that, to escape the island, he had to go on a life-threatening quest. In order to survive this ordeal, he needed to be as well equipped as possible. And the only way to get the needed equipment was from the store, which was charging exorbitant prices. These are all clear mitigating factors. And with that in mind, the defense asserts his punishment is far too severe. Indeed. This does paint the defendant in a more positive light. It appears that theft might have been necessary given his situation. Yes! That was easier than I thought. It's still early enough to go back to sleep. That owl always used to annoy me a little, but it's really come to my rescue this time, hasn't it? Yeah, the remake's just for... it's so good. Hoot, I'm only here to help, lad. I feel there's no need to further prolong this trial. While this court does not condone the defendant's act in and of itself, I do now believe that he has been punished too severely for it. And so this court finds the defendant... Old man, surely you don't mean to tell me that you've woken me in the dead of night. Just to make a farce out of this trial? A farce? But, Mr. Dragmire, the defense has just presented a rather compelling argument. Compelling? Don't make me laugh. Yes, he had a reason to do what he did. All criminals have reasons. That's no justification. He got killed over it. It wasn't just any reason. Survival was at stake here. Was it, though? You. Bird brain. Oh my god, just like the hit song. Who? Yes, what is it? You said that the defendant was to go visit a bunch of dusty old temples in search of the instruments. Tell me, were those instruments the only things in there? Hoot? No, I suppose they were not. Hoot? With structures as old as those, you're bound to find things left by previous inhabitants. Why, Hoot, yes. I'm sure there would be a lot of treasure left in there, too. Oh, no. Treasure. Money. All of that was within the brat's grasp. He could have easily gotten the funds to properly purchase the item he stole with only a little legwork. Wait a moment. It wouldn't be that easy. Those places were full of monsters and traps. Without any equipment, it would be too dangerous to go alone. Oh, please. Oh, how quickly you've forgotten, Defense. Try to recall this flying menace's words from just a few moments ago. The young sword-bearer must thus search for the 8 instruments of the sirens and play the ballad that will wake the Great One. Ah! Our little kleptomaniac had a perfectly good sword with him. He wasn't barehanded at all. No, all he was looking for was some kind of easy shortcut out of his predicament. Or maybe the little snake just wanted to keep all the treasure for himself. How dare you! I'm not some greedy treasure hoarder. Either way, the defendant might have had a reason for his theft. But I'd say that reason was likely nothing but selfishness. You know, my argument here would just be, the shop wasn't a real shop and the shopkeeper's not a real person. He wanted to keep the treasure? No. Barrister, that's not even remotely possible. Oh, cute. Kleptomaniac self from another world. Victim of the crime, owner of the Koholint Island tool shop. Helps thief in his adventure on Koholint Island. I love that art! I love that art! It's so cute, look at him! Look at how cute he is! Okay. Sorry, I had to pause for a second. Love him. All of the treasure as part of Koholint would naturally disappear with it. Ugh. That doesn't mean anything. The twerp might not have known that. Oh, come on. Just admit you're wrong. Now this is quite the pickle indeed. The prosecution has brought up some good points, but so has the defense. Furthermore, we seem to be out of testimony to discuss at this point. This will be a hard decision to make. Actually, that reminds me. There was something you kept bringing up in your testimony, Mr. Witness. Hoot. Yes, what is it? You often mention that Koholint is like a dream or a nightmare. How literal is that? What are you going on about now? Of course it's not actually... Oh no, it very much is. What? Hoot, I thought that point was clear. My apologies. Koholint only exists within a dream. We're in a dream right now too, in fact. Oh my, this whole trial isn't real? I should have known. This whole thing was just way too fantastical. Well then, now that we made that clear, I'm just gonna go and wake up, if you don't mind. Why, that might be the wisest thing you've proposed so far, Defense. But of course, it's not going to be you waking up. I'm the only real person here. I haven't the slightest idea how my mind conjured up this nonsense. Shouldn't have had that noble pursuit before bed. Oh, I suppose it wouldn't be the first time I've dreamt of the courtroom. It's never been quite this vivid, but I guess this old man still has quite the active imagination. Meanwhile, my imagination's been a bit overactive right now, I guess. I haven't even had any double pursuits. Please wait! Huh? You can't just wake up! What about me? What about you? You're clearly just an invention of my mind, brat. But hey, you want a resolution? No problem. Judge, declare a guilty verdict right now. Prosecutor Dragmire, I refuse to hand down a faulty verdict even in my dreams. No, this won't do. We'll just have to wake up now. Here goes. Strange. I don't seem to be able to. Hoot! Ooh, if I may interject. I have said that this is a dream, yes. But why would that mean that nothing here is real? No, be quiet, you pile of feathers. I banish you from my dream. Be gone! What? What is this? Am I stuck in this nightmare? Well, naturally, only one person here can actually control the dream. Everyone else is just along for the ride, so to speak. It's my dream, the player. Are you saying everyone here is actually real, just sharing the same dream? Why, Hoot, of course. Her Grace chose one person to be the host, and then thrust the others into it. Preposterous. This is all in the Green Brat stream. Why doesn't he just remove his curse on his own? Preposterous? Not at all, my angry Gerudo friend. You know what that is, Owl? I never said he's the one in charge. He came from the dream world of Koholint, after all. Well, how did he wind up in someone else's dream then, you blasted buzzard? Hoot! Having battled with Ganon before, he has a particular interest to the Demon Lord. The evil one saw an opportunity and forcefully shoved him into the dream of the Windfish. A dreamscape he has been steadily perverting with his evil for many years. He infested it with his own creations, twisted it into a dangerous place, and trapped the hero within. As a result, that is why our green-clad friend cannot wake up normally. But this world is free of Ganon. Whoever the host of this dream is could indeed just wake. Although I cannot imagine the goddess Hylia would be very thrilled with that conclusion, having made all that effort to bring her chosen hero here. How do you know all this? Hoot, why, isn't it obvious? I myself am part of the Windfish's spirit. I could not just stand idly by when Hylia's own champion was dealt such a bad hand. And so I've tried to lead you to the 8 instruments, and I reached out to Hylia for help with this predicament. I can hardly believe it. Well, who is it, then? Who's the one controlling this dream? Hoot. That, I do not know. That is something you'll have to find out for yourself. Whoever it is will have the final word in this trial. So that's it then. It all hinges on this point. Who is this dream's Windfish? I must consider all the facts. I love this. Oh, it's this segment again. Who is the one that Her Grace Hylia chose to control this dream? Could it be one of these people? It can't be either of those two, because they tried to wake up. Both Dragmire and the judge have already conclusively proven they're not the host of this dream. Who does that leave? Maybe one of them? Not them either. It can't be either the owl or the shopkeeper. They'd each have ended the trial in their favor by now if they were in control. And I already know that Thief isn't the one in control. So who does that leave? I'm in control. It's me. I am the host. I am this stream's windfish. That's it. There's no doubt about it. Well, what are you looking so smug about? Isn't it obvious? I've just realized you must be the one controlling the stream. No, it can't be. I see you've realized it now too. Oh my, you mean you're the one? Well, let's give it a try, shall we? What are you... Hello, everyone. Oh yeah, now the stream's getting good. Marin? Defense! What did you do to Prosecutor Dragmire? Nothing bad, of course. I just ejected him out of here. He's probably waking rather abruptly right about now. I decided it'd be nicer to have someone more pleasant to deal with on the opposing side. The prosecution has nothing more to add. The defendant's totally innocent. I won't stand for this. You can't just give yourself an easier opponent. That's a shame. Take care, just for Candle. Oh, wait, he'll give the verdict now. I know of one good candidate. Huh? Well, I see no reason to prolong this trial. Will the defendant please step up to the stand? Is this really okay? I thought the goddess wanted a fair trial. Actually, she requested no such thing. What? The way the judge put it, the only stipulation was that someone else decide your fate. She just was like, yeah, just let someone else do it, I don't care. At no point did she specify how the decision should be made or how many people should be making it. That still feels like cheating. Well, there's one easy way to find out if it's allowed or not. This court finds the defendant... Wait! I'm not having this. My product was still stolen, you know? What kind of justice is... Don't interrupt me. Now then, once again, this court finds the defendant not guilty. Please. I want to blow up someone with my mind. The owl gets to stay. Yippee. Remove the thief moniker from your save file and slot 1 in your game back. That's sick as fuck. That's cool as fuck, actually. Operation completed successfully. So let's see. Your name is A. That's it? Just A? That isn't just your first initial? Hey, I like my name. It's quick and easy to write. That's your argument? It's only 3 letters shorter than, say, Blink. In any case, I believe you should be getting back to your own world now. And no more stealing, you hear? Of course not. Never again. Glad to hear that. Best of luck on your quest. And with that, court is adjourned. Hey, Corvid. We're watching some extras right now that I can't unlock on my own, but we did play through a full-on trial of this Ace Attorney hack. Linked legal agency? Oh, cute. Xenoblade approved name. Yeah, and they're cool as fuck. Yeah. What? Where? The office? That's right. I stayed to catch up on work. I guess I must have fallen asleep reading case files. Man, what a crazy dream, though. What was it about again? I was in court, and then... Darn, it's gone already. Can't remember a single thing. Oh well. I hate when that happens with a dream. Although most of my dreams are kind of worth forgetting about. What the fuck is that icon? That's such a funny... Sorry. Anyway, thanks to that YouTuber for having a no commentary upload of this whole footage thing. Of this whole hack, I mean. I can't speak. That was awesome. Yeah, that was so good. And it took a lot longer than I thought it would, but that makes things easy for me, I guess. Okay. Well, that's definitely enough from me for today. I hope you guys enjoyed it as much as I did. I had such a good time. I'm tired. Reading so much took a lot out of me. Here's my Discord server in case you're new or in case you're not in and are interested in announcements or talking with me and other viewers about games and general happenings and all that. We should find someone to raid for sure. Let's see. Oh. Where to, Hero of Law? I'm thinking. There's a few different options. You know what? I think raiding Shra would be an easy choice. Let's go do that. He's very, very kind to me. He's playing 30XX right now, which, if you don't know what that is, it's one of the sickest action platformers ever. It's such a cool roguelike that's inspired by Mega Man X, like the Mega Man X series. It's such a good fucking game, and it's peak as hell, and you should check it out. Now, what should we do for a raid message? We had quite a lot to pull from there, huh? I'm not sure what to do. God, there was so much. There was so much. You know what? I think he'd enjoy it. There's something stupid that we can do. An easy all-purpose thing. If you don't have my emotes, but you do have another furry tummy emote, you can use that. You can also use one in his own chat. You can also use no emotes if you need to. No worries. But there we go. I'll see you guys again soon, okay? I'm not sure if I'll be live tomorrow. I might take a day off. Otherwise, I might go live with Resident Evil or Earthbound. But I'll see you soon, okay? Thanks for hanging out with me today. It was a really, really good time. Take care now. Good night.